Good evening, everybody. Welcome along. I'll just play a tune or two while I'm getting myself sorted out. So I hope you like them. I haven't heard them, so I don't know. Thanks, Deb. I've done that.
Who can find on through all these doors? Touring basement couches and living room floors. On to the next town, to the next show. Cause I went and caught a dream and I can't let go. And trying to break into some boys' club. They got cigars in that dry rub. I'd love to sing them on my songs. But see what I got. I wanted to get older, where the flowers hit the trees, where the lakes talk to the rivers and the rivers throw a breeze. Raise a couple kids, becoming up this man. I put 100,000 miles on this man, cause I'm a running man. Sometimes I feel like I'm insane, expecting different fruit from the same damn thing. The sound of this band hitting that note takes this drowning man and it makes him float. I wanted to get older, where the flowers hit the trees, where the lakes talk to the rivers and the rivers throw a breeze. Raise a couple kids, becoming up this man. I put 100,000 miles on this man, cause I'm a running man. I keep on running. Oh, I'm running. I keep on running, cause I love to sing you all my songs. And when you sing along, it brings on something that I thought was gone. It turns the switch back on. I wanted to get older, where the flowers hit the trees, where the lakes talk to the rivers and the rivers throw a breeze. Raise a couple kids, becoming this man. I put 100,000 miles on this man, cause I'm a running man. I'm a running man. I'm a running man. I'm a running man.
Okay, hello, welcome along again. Yes, Graham, through Southeast Asia, it's been very, very hot. And as far as Australia, you don't want to come down where me and Oz are, because it's although the weather has been pretty good, but yes, it's getting colder. Today was a ripper of a day. About 18 degrees, 19 degrees, sunshine. Quite nice. But as per normal, prediction of rain for the next few days. Yeah, I've seen the truckloads of ducks in Thailand. After a harvest, they take the ducks around a few times, when the grass is growing, to get bugs and all that kind of stuff. More organic than spraying stuff. Yeah, so the week, actually last week, because give us the keys to the house. We finally got that happening. I was going to do a little video of that, but my wife was pissing around with my little handheld jigger that I use to film with the phone. And next thing we knew, there was a couple of springs flying across the other side of the room and all of that kind of shit. So that stuffed that up. So I just went, oh, well, I'll have to get another one. Well, I can't complain. I'd had the bloody thing for about 7 years. So, yeah. But it was a little bit fragile. But anyhow, that's life. But yeah, so the yeah, it would have been it wouldn't have been too bad out camping, Oz. Yeah, people put up window furnishings, blinds and crap like that for a living. It's got me stuck what drugs they were on, but I did it, and it's not that much fun. But yes, we did it. Moved a little bit of furniture around, but here, the NBN. What a saga. I rang up a company that was advertising, and I said, yes, can you hook the place up? And they said, oh, it's not registered. So you have to get on to the NBN to see about the properties being registered. Well, after a couple of months of computer stuff, I ended up talking to actual people, and then another 3 weeks after that, we got this stupid number thing, and then they put it in the system, and there was a little bit of a thing about it, and I spoke to the NBN again, and they said, we're planning an upgrade for the area. And I said, well, when? Don't know. But we thought, oh, well, we'll go with what we can get. And I was more than that, Oz, because it's a subdivision. The subdivision wasn't registered with the NBN. And all that crap. So that's what I had to do. Anyway, we spoke to the company on with radio, which I've got, and they were quite good. They just said, yeah, we'll talk to the NBN. And once again, I was back up there doing the curtain thing. And this fella turns up and he's walking around with some wiry stuff. And he lifted up the pit cover lid in the middle of the driveway and went around to where there's some conduit hanging out the house and taped the wire stuff onto a drawstring and went out to the pit and pulled. So he pulled the conduit through, or the wire through into the pit. Probably left about 10 foot of wire, then went across to the other end and put a little box thing on the wall and a little coil. And I said, when do you do the connections? He says, oh, that's not my job. My job's just to run the cable. I thought, he's bloody quick, and that happened very quickly. But so one end of the cable is the NBN's got to hook that up. The other end of the cable, our internet people do that. So the whole thing is, you'd think one bloke got a work order and he went out and put the cable through. Well, it makes me wonder how long it's going to be for the cable jointer bloke to come along and join the cable. And then we've got the question of when our blokes are going to turn up and run their bit of cable. But yeah, Graham, it was only on our street, there was the block was split in half. So it's not a big subdivision. Because the house next door, which was a part of that block of land, it already had a phone line, it already had connections and stuff like that. So it was already there. So yeah, that's what the bit of marking around. Welcome, Stephen. Yeah, internet in Australia is third world. It's but then again, don't forget Australia's a big country. And when you get into all the little towns and the whole lot of it, but as taxpayers, we're all paying for it. That's just the way it goes. So that was things are starting to happen, and so like I say, we're doing a bit up there, moved a bit of furniture in, little bits and pieces. Provided it's not too wet this weekend, we'll do a bit more, probably smaller stuff. But yeah, it's it'll be a good thing. But like I say, up there's a lot of work to be done, and then when we get out of here, I've got to paint the place and do a bit of maintenance work, and then we'll see what happens after that. Okay, if everybody's ready, what we'll do is we'll start off with tonight's quiz. So just whack 1 in the chat if you're ready to go, and 2 if you want to wait a couple of ticks, and 3 if you're not here. G'day, Raider. How you going, mate? Welcome. No worries, Oz. We can wait a tick. That's fine, mate. That's fine. Catch a fish in Iceland with a P. You put a P on an end of a hook and jiggle it. But you pee into the ocean first, like Burley, from what I've seen them doing it. Yeah, I saw some stuff with all that ripping up streets and pad air and all the rest of it, putting in those big drain pipes. The place still flooded. It's fine to have a drain, but it's got to go to somewhere where it'll drain to. Fella building a house in Suruket. He was talking about the storm front that come through. He said it was more like a cyclone or whatever, but there was, from where they're building the house to go back into the town, he said there was about 8 or 9 trees down, Stephen. So, but they're not real big trees. And one bloke had built a hay shed, and the whole roof of that was hanging in a tree and the power lines. Good one, Oz. A pen, rod and reel for Christmas. So is that'd be fly fishing, Debs? Or spinning? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was fly fishing. Offshore and jetty. Oh, okay. Saltwater fishing, offshore and jetty. Yeah. No offsiders tonight. Jeff's been missing in action for about 3 weeks. And Steve's at a funeral-y type thing. One of his mates passed away. So, to answer that question, I'm all alone, Graham. We used to use balloons. With an offshore wind to take the line out. And then when it was out as far as you kind of wanted it, you get the rifle and pop the balloon. Yeah, if anybody wants to score, just give us a yell and I'll put a link in the chat. That's not a problem. If not, I'm sure I can handle it. The other one we used to do, those potato guns or, whatever. You made them up out of, you'd use deodorant or whatever, anything pressure packed. And you get a lemon or an orange and just feed your line into that. And then shove it down your barrel and let that go. Surprised how far it'd go too. That's the one thing here, you watch them on the rivers, like the bigger rivers, which are brackish water. There'll be a bloke in the middle of the river with a boat, and he'll be throwing it as far as he can back to shore. And a bloke on shore, he's throwing it as far as he can to get to the other side. That's it. That's it, Oz. Yeah, that's the same thing, Graham. Yeah, bit of fun. I always used to use, depending on the time of the year, sandworm, blue bait, white bait. You'd tie that fuse wire, you'd tie it onto your hook, providing the crabs didn't get it, if that was the wrong time of the year again. Rightio, if everybody's ready, we'll get going. Rightio, first question out. First question out. What is the most malleable metal? Rightio. And the answer is gold. Beezy, hello, welcome along. How you doing? Yeah, you got to keep up with them critters. But thanks for dropping by. No, it's just the question is malleable, but gold is relatively soft, hence malleable. Lead's just a soft metal. Anyhow, with that, I'll scroll back a little bit because I did see gold there. And Debs has got the first point. Right, next one out. Next one out is juniper berries are used to make which spirit? Juniper berries are used to make which spirit? And the answer is gin. And who we got first on? Deb's just beat Man About Oz in on that one. So Deb get that. Well done, Debs. 2 in a row. Right. Mr. Clark, Song Tao. No, I think you're meaning Lao Cow, which is made out of rice. Anyhow. Right, next question out is which author created the character Jack Ryan? Which author created the character Jack Ryan? Well, I can tell you it's not. I can tell you it's not Stephen King. And we haven't got the answer yet. Okay, we've got it. We've got the answer, which is Tom Clancy. That's Graham. Well done, Graham. All right. Next one. In which country was Rihanna born? In which country was Rihanna born? It's a wonder they didn't. It's a wonder they didn't make a movie about that, or maybe they did. The Bourne Legacy. But then again, everybody's born, aren't they? Oh well, not everybody. No, it's not the Cocos Islands, Oz. It's actually Graham's got it with Barbados. That's 2 to Graham as well. So that's Debs and Graham. On 2 points each. Well, a guess that gets it right is a good guess. A guess that gets it wrong is a bad guess. Next question. What is the currency of the Republic of Ireland? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Ireland dollars. That's a good one, Debs. And the correct answer is euro, which is quite interesting because the European Union and all that were the euro when it went a little bit bad for them. G'day, Robert Mack. How you doing, mate? Thanks for dropping by, Robert. Anyhow, that gives Graham 3 points. Next one out. What animal is the symbol of the WWF? Yeah, WWF. You think he's talking about wrestling, wouldn't you? It's not. Yeah, well, it stands for the World Wildlife Fraud. Oh, yeah, well, there's another word that starts with F that I could use too. And the correct answer is in Man About Oz with Panda. Right. Next question is, which crisscross pattern is common on kilts? And the correct answer is tartan. So that one goes to Debs. Well done, Debs. All right, next one. Next one out. Bill Gates and Jim Hendrix were born in which city? G'day, Simon. How you going? Oh, I suppose if you think about it, Graham, they none of them started off, posh. Although they both were born in the same city, but the one that really brings a name long before Bill Gates was Jimi Hendrix. And with Jimi Hendrix. With Jimi Hendrix around, you wouldn't have been sleepless, that's for sure. G'day, Josh. How you doing, mate? Welcome. Now, New York, no. Detroit, Michigan. That's where Motown comes from. San Francisco. And actually, Debs, you've got that one, Seattle. I thought that would have been an easy one. I suppose they've confused it by throwing Bill Gates in amongst it. But yes, Bill Gates and Jimi Hendrix were both born in Seattle. So it obviously somebody was sleepless in Seattle. Otherwise, it might have been a midday matinee or something like that. Who knows? How can you protest Oz when you didn't say the right answer? Oh dear. Deb's actually, before Josh typed his thingo in, Deb's had already put the answer up. Well, you should have jumped on it, mate. All right, next one out. Next one out. The Roman numeral M represents what number? And actually, this is the 10th question too. 1,000 is the correct answer. Oh no, that's the 9th question. And that goes to Graham. Now we're coming up to the 10th question. So the scores are Man About Oz on 1. He could have been a lot higher if he typed a bit quicker, but anyhow. Then we've got Debs on 3 and Graham on 4. So for this round, this is the last question. And it is, what traditional game involves a spinner using a kip? You got 4, Debs. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4, you have. Yeah. 1, 2. You're right, Debs. You got 4. Right. What are we waiting for, Grant? Yeah. And the correct answer is 2 up. And that one goes to Man About Oz. Now, Man About Oz. It's a steel question, so would you like to steal one from Graham or Debs? I will explain a little bit about. You're going to take one off Graham. Which brings him back to 3. So you've got 2. Plus 1 for the steal is 3. So at the end of round 1, we have Man About Oz on 3, Graham on 3, and Debs on 4. Interesting. Now, Debs, they used to use it. Came from the Second World War, First or Second World War, and they'd use pennies and a little piece of wood. The piece of wood was the kip, and the two coins were put on that, and they were thrown in the air, and they had to spin, and they land on the ground, and it was gambling. So you could bet on heads, or you bet on heads or tails or odds or evens, and some people made a lot of money out of it. Some people lost a lot too, but that's just the way things go. That's just the way things go. So anyhow, what we'll do is we'll have a little bit of a break. And just go and refresh your drinks, toilet break, that kind of thing for 5 minutes or so. I'll put a bit of something on. This one looks good enough. That'll do. Yeah, Debs, it was illegal. But in groups of workers on payday, it was always, it wasn't so much cards and whatever, it was the heads and tails on the coins. All right, we're back. I hope you didn't fall asleep. Yeah, that was a bit, you know. Yeah, well, the whole thing, South, is YouTube are over everything, mate. Absolutely everything. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'd like to play, but you know, I've had the channel for quite a while, and I don't want to lose it. But I spent a lot of time, arguing with algorithms about why they're not sending notifications out, why they're not doing this. You know, they send you stuff, say, "Oh, to grow your channel, do this and do that." Well, hang on. Half of it is if you put out the notifications, then people know what's happening instead of just pissing everybody off. Where you say, well, if they aren't doing their part of it, which was happening for a while, and I cracked the shits about it. But the whole thing is, they are a dictatorship, and they're always right. But anyhow, that's just the way life is. I don't worry about alt accounts and stuff like that. If I get something to say, I say it. But there are a couple of groups around Debs that, you know, they get into a little group and like their little war room, and they all try and outdo each other by, oh yeah, I've got 50 accounts and I've got so many, and when one of them streams, there's 200 people watching, but it's really only 3 or 4, and it doesn't come long till that actually comes out. That's it, Oz, and I've got full trust in you, mate. You know that. Okay, if we're ready, if everybody's, filled up their refreshments and done their toilet stop, and we'll do a few more questions, then we'll throw the panel out. Or then we'll have a little bit more elevator music for a bit. We'll have a smoke, and then we'll throw the panel over. But if we're ready to go, let us know. I'll tell you what, Mosh went to a bloody good concert today, Debs. I was watching a bit of Mosh today. Had a little bit of time up my sleeve. And, yeah, the music that was being played and all the rest of it, that would have been really good. I'll be honest with you, Debs. Since Jeff found a bit of, that's Jeff Lepard, since he found a little bit of, if he thinks it started, and a bit of an income revenue from YouTube, he's certainly a changed man. And I don't think that change has gone in the right direction myself. I don't watch him as like I used to. But in the day, I liked Jeff. I did. But like I say, now I think he's a completely different person. he's just playing to the camera. I think gone down the rabbit hole. Yeah, Mosh gets out to some pretty good concerts and stuff. Yeah, I knew Jeff before the freedom movement. But yeah. Okay, I'll start off with the first question out for this bit. And here it is. Here it is. Which luxury car brand has a trident for its logo? Which luxury car brand has a trident for its logo? I'll give you a bit of a tip. It's in the supercar type avenue. Geez, I remember when Mitsubishi first came on the market. By the geez, they were pieces of crap. Oh dear. The Mitsubishi Colt. Oh dear. But then again, it had a wireless and floor mats, carpet, and stuff like that, which the Holdens didn't, that were optional extra. Right, we've got the right answer anyway. The answer is, the question was, which luxury car brand has a trident for its logo? The answer is Maserati. And that, I believe, goes to Man About Oz. Right, next one out. Morphine. is derived from what natural source? And the correct answer is opium poppies, which is poppies. First one in with that one was Man About Oz. Well done. I always remember that when they made it illegal to grow opium poppies or poppies, you know. And my mother used to like doing a lot of gardening, and I was only a little kid, anyhow. But she had shitloads of these lovely plants, you know, flowers. And next thing they're digging them out. I said, why are you doing that? She told you they're illegal to grow. You can't grow them anymore. There's big fines if you get caught growing them. I look back now and I thought, shit, we should have planted half the farm in them. Anyhow. Right, next question. Yeah, it's on the they're on the narcotics list. That's why. But you go back in this country, you go back to the gold rush days. You had the opium dens, and that was brought in by the Chinese. Oh, it was the type of poppy, Debs. That's why. Right, next question out. Which two US states start with a V? And the correct answer is Vermont and Virginia. Vermont. Oh, sorry, Debs. Spelling's never been the thing here, so first one in with an answer was Oz. I thought South was going to put in Vermont, as in you drink it, and Viagra. Anyhow, not to worry. Moving right along. Next one. The Kadaka track is in which country? Or the Kadaka Trail, Kadaka track. The Kadaka track is in which country? Well, the thing is, you can keep guessing until the correct answer's up, Debs. But the thing is, the correct answer is already up there. Mr. Perrin. Cheap Charlie won't be doing that one, Steve. Anyhow, the answer to the question is, Papua, it might have been my pronunciation, South. But you are right, South. No, he's already sent an excuse in for being late, South. Yes, South is, after many weeks, South has once again blessed the pages of the scoring book. Well done, South. All right. Next one out is what is a male seal called? And the correct answer is bull. And yes, if he's a good bull, he'd become a sire. Now, first one in there is Mr. Perrin. Welcome to the score pad also. Well done. Right. Next question. The dollar sign is above what key on your keyboard? Correct answer is above the 4. So that one goes to Debs. Well done, Debs. Right, next one. Next one out is which country was formerly known as Rhodesia? Which country was formerly known as Rhodesia? And the correct answer is Zimbabwe. Why have you come to the land of the Zulu? Yes, great movie, that one. Pretty well the Zulu reigned Africa was the ruling tribe in the day. All right. Next one out. James Bond. Boss was known by what letter? James Bond's boss was known by which letter? Well, I haven't seen the right answer yet. little closer to the A. A little closer to the A than what you're coming up with there. Not that close to the A. South. I'll give you another hint. I'll give you another hint. It's between L and N. That's it, Debs. Oh, South has got it. South has got it. M. Oh, shit, eh? South is really getting into it, isn't he? Got a major catastrophe here. What the bloody hell's going on here? Okay. Next one out. What kind of trees do acorns grow on? You're still having problems with your K, Debs. Correct answer on that is Man About Oz, no, oak. All right, the next one out is what film is the sequel to Finding Nemo? And that was our last question until we go into the bonus. Jaws, Finding Nemo 2, Finding Dora, What, Dora the Explorer? Oh, I know what you mean, Oz. Now, the correct answer is oh shit, I dropped the top. Ugh. Filleting Dory. Oh no, that's Finding Dory, not filleting. But what the hell? Dory are a good fish to eat. Yeah. So, Finding Dora. I knew what he meant. So that's Oz, Man About Oz. Now, 1, 2, 3. That brings Man About Oz up to 8. And he's got to steal a point from either Souths on 1, Steve Perrin on 1. No, South's on 2. Steve Perrin's on 1, South's on 2. South's on 2, that's a surprise. Graham on 3. Debs is on 6. Mr. Perrin by tradition, not a problem. Mr. Perrin is 0. Man About Oz is now on 10. And the 5-pointer bonus question is, here we go, the game Mahjong originated in which country? Robert Tucker, welcome along tonight, mate. Right, we'll put an end to that one pretty quick. That 5 points goes to Robert Tucker with the correct answer of China. Tonight's winner is Man About Oz on 10 points. Second in is Debs on 6. Then Man About Oz, and then we've got Graham Souse. Souse just about had a personal achievement. He's got 2 tonight. But it's all good. Let's face it. We all do it for a bit of fun. So what I'm going to do is put that boring music back on for about 5 or 7 minutes. And I urge everybody to go to the little boys' room, and then I'll throw up the link and we'll go to open chat. So fill up your coffee, fill up your hand, or take it out of your hand and whatever. Yeah. So we'll be back very shortly. We're back. So there's the link in the chat if anybody wants to come on and have a chat. A lot of that goes on, Debs. You kicked South out. Oh, okay. What was he running the mark? Oh, that's no good, Robert. Shit. More homeless people. The ones that the government needs to look after more so than the ones that just turned up. Yeah, it's always bad when stuff like that happens. Even here, we still have the same things happening. Welcome, Robert.
Hey, good evening or good morning, whichever you want to pick.
Well, it's morning for you and evening for me. How's Paula doing?
She's doing all right, sleeping at the moment.
Well, if you can get the sleep in, why not?
Yeah.
Are you still working at the down the road at the farm?
No, I can't. My eyes can't take the lights.
Yeah, that purpley kind of light, that Grolux lights are a bit. Yeah, they get to you after a while.
Yeah, Debs. Last night was pretty bad for Southern Michigan. And you're right, Johnny. I guarantee you, any of those people there, they won't get a damn dime from the government. Not one dime.
No, it'll be well, shit happens. We haven't got money for this kind of stuff because we've got to look after all these illegal immigrants or whatever they want to call themselves.
Well, let's see. They call them refugees, asylum seekers.
Well, they can't be.
I forget what the new one is.
They can't. Yeah, they can't be asylum seekers because under the rules of being an asylum seeker, the first country that you're out of danger, you must seek asylum in that country.
Well, I guess, they were flying a bunch in, so still are as far as I know.
Oh, well. I remember when it happened, when Syria stuff started happening there, because Syria was the postcard thing of the world. We've got mixed cultures, people living next door to everywhere. Everybody gets along. It's a wonderful place, Yeah, well, until a few bombs hit it, and then a lot of that stuff started changing. But all those people that walk from wherever to England, some told them just keep walking. But under the rules, the first country that where there's safety, they're supposed to apply for asylum. But they kept on walking till they got to England. And they said, "We've got nowhere to go now."
Yeah, kind of strange how all that works, huh? Maybe it's like here they got people from I think last count 128 different countries or something. You know, so it's I mean, it's insanity, Johnny. I mean, it wouldn't be politically correct for me to say what I'd like to say on here. I'd like to get you banned, but that's a whole
very
other can.
Very easy. Yeah, it's a very easy explanation. A decrepit old man that runs the United States of America, or claims to run the United States of America.
He ain't running shit.
He couldn't run a chook raffle at the pub on a Friday night.
He can't even wipe his own ass. Come on.
Well, he has a bit of trouble with stairs too, from what we've seen. And raised platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're out. Well, the interesting thing is, out where I used to live, there was a big bushfire went through, and there's a dam between the fire, farmland type stuff that was a buffer zone, but it was farmland anyway before the government took it over. And last week, or anyhow, there's been quite a few meetings out in the old township. One of the government departments wants to plant most of that area back into trees for, this is their way of saying it. Now, the type of tree they're going to plant is a fast-growing tree.
Yeah, garbage.
Well, it's good for making paper, but seeing they've closed down the natural bush, that's not natural bush. And they're doing this for carbon offsets.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds really good, but the real thing is, we'll grow the trees, they can harvest them, we'll make money, and we'll just keep on planting them because they're privately grown.
Yeah.
So on one side, they get the same government around a table. You got making these bullshit, uninformed rules, and then you've got the other side of it looking at, well, that's really good. We can go around that by doing that. And yet the people who actually really own it, which is the taxpayer, the people who live in the areas, they just say, oh, this is great for the environment. Well, hang on. If there's another bushfire goes through, and that's got a lot of trees in that, that'll impact the town. Because that area that used to be just grass and stuff like that, well, grass just goes whoosh and it's gone, you know. It's not like trees, and they couldn't handle the bushfire anyway because they wouldn't spend the money, and everything was underfunded. And yeah, so that's been going on in the local area. That had me kind of interested.
That seems to be the name of the game for government across the board, no matter what level it's at anymore.
Well, dictatorship, yeah.
I don't even know if dictatorship would be the word I'd use. It seems to me like there's a concerted effort to consolidate financial and political power in the hands of the very few. And even beyond that, truth be told, they're very much adamant about putting into place to control every aspect of the average person's life.
Well, governments have been trying to do that for a long time, but
this is a little different, I think.
You look around now, and it reminds me of a clip out of the old Star Trek movie where Kirk goes down and he's walking around this planet or whatever, and he says, "Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligence here."
Yeah.
Hey.
The insanity of things going on, you know, not just in my government, but all governments in the Western world, just it's like they went off the rails. And even the littlest of stuff, you know, you got to look at it because it's guaranteed that they're weaseling in something somewhere that is going to further their agendas.
Oh yes. Yeah. The most people are realistically, they just go, "Oh, what can we do about it?" Well, there's quite a lot you can do about it, because you might think one person matters or doesn't matter.
Well, yes, they do.
One person does, because it only takes a few people to start and you know, bring the awareness, the real stuff, and on a common level, like neighbour to neighbour, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but people don't even talk to their neighbors anymore, and for the most part, the ones you do talk to, you can't stand because they're dumb as a fucking block of wood.
Well, if I like up the house, it's because the way it's been subdivided, I've basically got 5 neighbours up there. The old bloke, one of the places, an old bloke, he passed away, and his 2 sons are fighting about who owns the joint and whatever, and it's, you know, the trees, the whatever, is just in a very bad state of repair. But the fella closest to us, top man, when he moved into the area, he was actually driving down to Melbourne, working for a company. And I said to him, "Well, you know," I said, "if you like," I said, "I'll come with you. I'll get you a bloody job kind of locally." I said, "You know, what's it? My personal opinion is," excuse me, you know, I didn't like the bloke that ran the company, but they had, you know, some good workers, some knuckleheads. But the thing is, they still paid pretty good rates and all the rest of it. And he said, "Yeah." So we dropped in there, and they offered him a job straight away. And then he said, "No, I don't do this and I don't do that," which is his right. And they said, "Well, that's fine." Because they wanted him to drive a truck with a float on it, put some machines on it and shit like that. And he said, "No, I'm not doing that. So I'll take my own vehicle to where the job is, unload the machine, do what I got to do, put it back on the truck, and then I go home." And they said, yeah. And they said, "Well, we'll give you a fuel card," which like a credit card, but just for fuel. So he's been with them for a while. Oh, well, 3-4 years. But the thing is, in the meantime, they changed hands to a bigger company. And when it gets quiet down here, they fly them to different other places in Australia and, you know, put them up in a hotel or motel and all the rest of it. So he's more than happy. He's more than happy with that. But him and I from day one, we hit it off really well because the work I used to do and stuff like that. So I knew exactly what he was doing and the machines and the whole lot of it. Yeah, so that was good. And the old dear on the top side, she's English, widower, very religious, very nice person, keeps to herself, perfect neighbour. The other ones, they'll just say hello over the fence and that's about it.
Yeah.
So I've got no complaints. But the funniest thing is across the road is the grandfather of the neighbour I've got here, which is a young fella. I've known him since he used to play football. When he was a kid. Hey, nice young fella.
Give me 1 second. I got to let a mud out. I'll be right back. 1 minute.
No worries, mate. No worries. Yeah, that'd be about right, Oz. I don't think Biden even knows what day of the week it is or where he is. Well, yes, House, because you're a foreigner, so you stand out like dog's balls. But where I am here, the neighbours aren't. Oh, a good mate used to live in the unit straight in front of me. The bloke that's in there now is just an arsehole. I don't particularly like him. The other two, not a problem with them. Yeah, Biden wouldn't even know where Australia was because, well, hang on, he spends a lot of time flat on his back looking up. So if he was looking at the globe, he might see it. Yeah, go and give him a geography lesson. Oh, dear. It like, believe me, I always said it, Trump would be better for this country than any of the idiots we've got. But I don't see how the people really could vote in Biden. But the whole electoral system in the US of A needs to be changed. It needs to change. They just send out voting stuff to the householder. Anybody that's had been at that address for however long, they get a mailbox full of them. And if that person wants to vote whatever and send them all back, the arithmetic doesn't add up. They end up with more votes than they've got people.
Yeah, that's part of the litigation I'm wrapped up in. 51 of the 86 counties in Michigan cast more votes than they have voters.
Well, that in itself tells you that the system is flawed. And realistically, that's where the people should have said, no, well, the vote, the whole thing, it can be. You can turn your camera off if you want, Stephen. Welcome, Clarky.
Hey, Clark. How
G'day,
you
mate.
doing,
How you
bud?
going? Oh, g'day, lead guitar man. There you go. Why do you want me to turn the camera off, John? Do you think I'm ugly? What is it? Come on, come
Holy
out with it.
crap! Turn that back off.
Oh,
Early in the
Jesus!
morning
I
for
hate
this.
people like you. Hey, jeez.
We don't. The thing is, without your camera on, no one can pick on anything.
Yeah, but I can.
Yeah, that's the nose that always knows.
That's no. Hey, John. That's why I have tinted windows. I can really feed myself when I'm driving.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to your point there, though, Johnny. When you say people need to stand up, I want you to think about the shit show that I'm in the middle of, and this is the way they deal with people who stand up at the moment.
Oh yes, you can't. I understand a lot of the stuff that you've been through, and like I say, government departments here just like banging your head against the wall. But sooner or later, through due diligence, you do come across some people that do have some common sense, and when, especially if you ask them something simple like, since when does 1 + 1 equal 9?
Yeah, but see, I think the problem is, Johnny, and I'll be quite honest, we've become, most people, for a society of contentment. And upon that contentment, people are a fear to speak up or whatever for fear of loss of their current situation or way of life. What they don't understand is that's all going to go away if things keep, well, it's not if things are already falling apart in many places.
Well, it really, I think the best way to look at it is the people in the public service that have been entrusted to do these jobs have failed. They have been literally stealing off the taxpayer because they haven't done their job. If you don't do your job, you get the sack. You get finished up. And that's why, if how many people, if the paperwork comes in, old Mrs. Smith passed away, right? Somebody's got to put it into the computer, and that wipes off old Mrs. Smith. But then somebody puts it in, then somebody else has got to verify it, and then somebody else has got to whatever. There's a whole heap of not happenings. That's why it's happening. So there's a lot of people not doing their job that shouldn't be there, employed by the government, by the taxpayer. That would fix it. That would fix it. If we take it away from the top part of the government and go back to the lower part to say that department is incompetent. Bang.
Well, you have to look at it. Here's another problem as well, Johnny. I just looked this up just to check it. But as of 2020, and now we're talking just federal. This isn't state or local added in. 15% of the population is employed by the government in one way, shape, or form. If you add in state and local, I would bet it's probably 25%. So when you have that amount of the population that is paid for through the government by way of the taxpayer's pocket, you wonder why we can't get anything changed or done, and why we end up with incompetent people.
Do what they do here, import them.
Well, they're doing that here too, and in fact, on top of that, they're paying them to be here, paying for them to come here.
Yeah, and this is like, well, we know where that instruction's coming from, but the whole part about it is our country, for instance. It's a big country, but small in populace. And the thing is, saying we need more people is not the answer, because the infrastructure is not there. And the real usable part of the country is only around the seaboard. So you might say there's X amount of square miles, but you know you can only use a third of that, or around a third. And then a lot of that's taken up with national parks and all these parks, which is great. But now it's got to the stage where people aren't allowed into the parks that they own.
Well, that's frankly, while I agree with you, the irony in that what we're seeing now here is so far beyond the pale. I mean, I literally just got in an argument this morning with someone over this. The fact they were talking about local taxes going up, property taxes for expansion of the schools, because they have to expand the schools for the children of all these refugees, quote unquote, they're bringing in. That they're rent subsidizing, plus employment subsidizing, plus all the corporate manufacturers that what little are around here left are all getting subsidized by the government to hire them, and not the local population.
Yeah.
And all of our taxes, they're raising my property taxes to help fund that.
The U.S. was built on
Bribery and
immigrants.
corruption.
Okay. Now,
Well-
Australia was built on immigrants coming in and building this country, and with the US, it was immigrants coming in, but not people coming across the Mexican fucking border and claiming benefits and doing all that shit. You need people in America that will build America. The same with Australia. We need people that will build Australia, not people who come here because bring their religions and blah, 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 and go on the benefits and shit like that. So we have to support them. And that's the problem with the West.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it's to the point, Clark, where, to be quite honest, all of our governments have been captured by corporate interests. And that's not to even address all the consolidation that we're seeing, like at the UN, WHO, WF, and all that shit on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that leads to, because they're not looking at an economic expansion. They don't want to bring people up in the world to what we would consider a decent standard of living. So their only classification or realization to do is to lower everybody else's. So that's their idea of equality or equity, as they call it.
Unfortunately, you're correct.
And then all at the same time, they're consolidating their wealth and power more towards the top, to where there isn't a gradient of people across the board. We're literally in a race to the bottom for most of the population.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, go ahead, Johnny.
I was just going to say it's been a saying for many, many years. What kind of government have you got? The one you pay for. And the same with the law. The law that applies is the law you can afford. If you've got a decent lawyer, fine. If you haven't, because the law is written very simply, or predominantly simply, for the layman. But the lawyers twist everything around, and the judges get directions from the government. So what's the good of having a book that's written on a law when the judge is told, look, we need to crack down on this or that or whatever? Well, that's statutory regulation or whatever. It's not necessarily law. And these are the things that really piss me off, because if you go and have a go at any government department or anything like that, well, you're banging your head against the wall, because in the lower level courts, they just do as they're told.
Well, and even then, if they're ruled against, like here, SCOTUS has ruled against some states and the Biden administration on several things, and they're just totally ignoring them. But yet, in the same token, SCOTUS didn't have enough balls to take up the cases when people were screaming election fraud, and now it's coming to light that everything that was said about it is true.
Is,
But they still won't do a damn thing about
can I ask you a question? You're American, I'm not. Is Biden so bad?
What aspect are you speaking of?
A whole lot of a package deal.
I mean, you have to put that in context. Biden is nothing more than a fucking crook. He'll do whatever his masters tell him to do. And right now, he seems to be hell-bent for leather to absolutely destroying the economy of this country. And what really floors me is the stuff that he's doing, that there's still probably 30% of the population that thinks that what he's doing is the right thing to do.
So how do you feel about, what's the other one called? The one with the wig, Trump. What do you feel about him?
I think that he's the only one we've had in for a long time that's had any fucking common sense.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. No, I just thought I really don't follow American politics, but I was just curious. I know on your feelings on the whole thing. Yeah.
But it's quite interesting. There was one court case that I was watching a bit of, and in g'day Mac.
What's up?
In the testimony, she said, well, I really can't answer that question, because if I answer that question, it'll put the Biden family in jail, behind bars.
Well, by the same token, the current congressional inquiry into some of the lawyers that are behind many of these indictments that they're putting against not just Trump but several other people. One of them was directly asked, have you done anything to violate people's constitutional rights in the progress of this? And he pleaded the fifth. He wouldn't answer the question. So when you and he's a Department of Justice prosecutor. So when it comes to the point to where you can't hold the I don't even know what you call them anymore. That they aren't the arbiters. Well, they're the arbiters of justice, but they aren't the upholders of the Constitution any longer, because they don't believe in what it constrains them to. They want to run roughshod and do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Go on, John.
No, I'm just saying that that's the thing. They all want to rule over it, but realistically, for politicians to be where they are takes a lot of money.
Brown nosing.
Good day, Matt.
Hello.
And the thing is, they've got to get that money from somewhere. So there's, let's call it sponsors.
Brown nose investments.
Yeah. We'll donate into your campaign or invest in your campaign if this kind of happens. In other words, what kind of government you got? The one you just bought. What did Netanyahu say about a year ago or whatever, the US won't do anything about whatever because I own the government in the United States. He's bloody near enough to right.
I'm not really into politics, you guys. But what I see from the American side of it is a fucking zoo. I mean, you got.
I want it to be a zoo.
Biden can't remember anything, and he's running the country. And you got the other guy. What's his name? Trump. It's just out for himself, and you've got to pick between these two guys. That's what I see, and the whole thing's just a fucking. It's like what's that? It's like watching the Kardashians. You know, it really is.
Let me clarify something for you, Clark.
Yeah, go on.
There's one thing that we have a problem with, and that's our media doesn't do their job anymore.
Nope.
If anybody that thinks that Trump is out for himself is a fool. That man has actually lost billions of dollars just for doing what he's doing. He could have very well just said, "Well, fuck America. I got mine," walked off into the sunset and lived his life happy. They'd have been just fine with that.
Okay.
But he challenged them, and they can't be having that. You know, even though everybody thinks, well, he's a billionaire. Yeah, he may be a billionaire, but he isn't one of their in crowd.
Okay, so one thing that just amuses me is he's running for president, and they keep putting all these charges against him, this and that, and avoiding tax, or I don't know what they are, and playing with this girl and playing with that girl and doing this and doing that and taking top secret. This one amazed me, taking top secrets to his house and without declaring them. I mean,
okay, but hold on.
That's fucking nuts.
Here's the problem, though.
Not that he's trying to run a country, so he takes top secret stuff home. I mean.
But see, Clark,
not a crime.
Clark, what you've been told by the mainstream media has been lies, and I mean a shit ton of them.
Okay.
If you look into the Florida case, which is what you're talking about, they're literally charging him, indicting him, and now the judge has actually put the whole case on stay because she's thinking about filing charges against the prosecution and Jack Smith.
No,
because
I mean, if you're president of the United States,
you need to understand this.
Yeah, go.
They're framing him.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. No, if you're president of the United States and you take some documents home that proves this and proves that, and then the I don't know who does it, comes in and finds these documents and you get charged for it. I mean, that to me is fucking ridiculous.
Well, what about?
I mean, who is he
Obama?
working for? So Trump is working for the KGB, is he?
Yeah, Obama.
He's going to sell that information. That I can't understand the fucking logic in that.
Yeah,
to me.
But Obama, when he finished, when Obama got out of power, sorry, go on.
And you know that's the thing was the whole lot of it. He was president of the United States. He's not going to do anything with that information. So why fucking charge him with it to fuck him up for being president? And the rate, or I think it was rate, or fucking $14 somebody, and blah 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 blah. I mean, Jesus Christ, give it a miss. But like I said, I don't know much about American politics. I just see what's the zoo that's happening over there at the moment.
No, I just see a lot of money being taken out of the Democrats' pockets if Trump makes it in office. And they're doing anything they can because they want to get paid. And once he gets in there, he's going to change all these bills and all this other shit, and they're not going to get paid. Just like they did to him as soon as they got in office. Biden, get rid of the pipeline, do this and do that.
One other question, guys. If you're president of the United States, should you be exonerated from prosecution after you leave office?
No.
So hold on.
Hang on. Let me finish. So you're running the country. You've got information, blah blah blah, and you're running a country. So I can't do that because when I leave presidency, I'll be prosecuted. So I can't do that. I can't save American lives. I can't do this because I'll be prosecuted when I leave office. That is the fucking big. That is the worst thing the Americans do. He should be exonerated. Any president of the United States should be exonerated from being prosecuted for what they did in office. That's my point.
Well, but
As a-
here lies the problem, Clark. What the problem with most people who are conservative is their motivations aren't to screw somebody. The current administration's motivations are to use lawfare in any way they can. So, by the very nature of what you're saying, I agree with you. And there is a process for any politician to be prosecuted, but they have to be impeached through Congress first and in the Senate, of which they couldn't be successful in with Trump. Whereas Biden has actually committed high crimes and misdemeanors, should be impeached, and should be in prison.
Oh yeah.
Well,
But see, the problem lies is the Department of Justice, which is the ones who are supposed to be like the watchdogs of this stuff, are in bed with the administration. And the same thing goes with our judicial system. They're in bed with the executive now. The separation of powers is gone.
okay. So what I'm saying to you is, if you're president of the United States, right, and you make a decision to bomb somewhere to protect the American people and blah blah blah, and you bomb that country, right, and later on, when you've left the presidency, you're charged with
War crimes.
mass murder. Well, exactly. Sorry, McGuire, that's right.
War crimes.
War crimes. That should not happen. If you're going to run a country, you run that fucking country with that fear of being prosecuted when you leave the presidency. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Clark, you're exactly correct in your observations. The only thing that I'll say you're incorrect in is the details of it.
There's no details.
I agree with you 100%, but therein lies is they're using those very same laws to protect Obama, who did extrajudicial murder to Americans.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that. And the other thing is they're using that to protect Biden at the moment, claiming executive power, while all the while they're trying to prosecute and indict Trump under things that for the most part are fabricated. And our judicial system isn't doing their job. Well, I shouldn't say their job. They're just as crooked in many ways.
Yeah, I understand all that, but what I'm saying to you is, should you not run a country with that fear of prosecution after you leave?
Absolutely.
So we agree on that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's McGuire. That's what I'm saying, Mac.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And I can't understand why your country does that. You know, you got to do this, you got to do that. You can't run a fucking country like that. You can't be president of that country if you're fear of being prosecuted or losing all your money and blah 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 blah. Right? So it just amuses me.
Well, now you're starting to understand what's going on across the world, Clark. They're doing this in every country.
How's the elusive Robert doing? I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, Robert?
Hanging in there. I'm not
being elusive, huh?
Pardon?
Being elusive, eh?
It's kind of by necessity, Mac. I'm wrapped up in stuff that could get me incarcerated here real soon.
Well, I got terminated my account. I don't put any videos out there. I don't do any live stream, but I got terminated. Go figure.
Well, I'm speaking of actual, not online stuff. I'm talking in the real world. At this point in time, I am being investigated, and I am one of the current unindicted people that they would like to go after.
All right,
can we talk about that? Can we talk about that, Robert, or is it? Can we talk about that, Robert?
Nope.
I can't really talk about that openly, Clark.
Can you give us a rundown, or without incriminating yourself?
YouTube or out in your neighborhood?
Pardon?
Through YouTube or in your neighborhood?
In my state, through the politicians in the political class.
Okay, all right. That's all we need to know.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, gotta respect Robert.
What it boils down to, Clark, is Johnny made a comment earlier about people have to speak up and not let this shit go on. Well, I hate to tell you, in any country in the Western world right now, people who are speaking up, that are standing up, they're trying to find every 3 ways to Sunday to either destroy their lives or throw them in jail.
Charles Snail gets hit first.
And I am wrapped up in the contestants.
You went against
of the election.
you went against the system, did you?
Well, I did my civic duty. I didn't go against the system. I went against people who broke the fucking law.
Okay.
In my mind. And by literal letter of the law.
That's the problem in the West, Robert, is you go against the system, you're a fucking arsehole and you should be crucified. And it's throughout the West. In England, Australia, America, the whole lot. You have to fall in line and sit up straight and the moment you try to rejudge the system, you're fucked. This is the bad thing about the Western democracy, I think they call it, don't they?
We don't. Well, hold on, Clark. Two things. One, don't use the word democracy. Democracy is mob rule.
Yeah.
None of us have democracy.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're right there, actually.
The other point being is the political class has learned very easily now, and that the population, people won't stand up for the principles and the rights of their neighbors or their fellow citizens for fear that they themselves will be wrapped up in it. That's the problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
People won't put their ass on the line to stand up for what's right. And unfortunately, it's become more apparent in the past few years that if we don't, not just here in America, but across the Western world, we're fucking done.
Don't know about that, but yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be quite blunt with you, Clark. If you knew the shit I've been through in the past year and a half, it'd blow your fucking mind.
All right, okay.
And it's not just me. That they've literally destroyed my fucking life.
Okay.
And they will do anything that they can get away with to do that.
Can you give us it's a panel, mate? Can you give us some sort of hint of what's all about, or without putting yourself on trial? But what's
incriminating yourself?
Sorry, sorry, Mac. That's the word. Yeah, Mac. That's the word, Mac.
Well, it's not a matter of incriminating myself. It was the fact that I supported. It boils down to, Clark, that I supported and was part of the information gathering that contested the 2020 election. And it's provable.
Okay.
But see, they can't have
in
that.
Michigan, I heard about it.
They can't have that in the public eye. And as long as the courts and the judges and the judicial system side with the politicians, you're fucked.
Yep. I see a lot of sweeping under the carpet.
Can I just say something here? I watched that was the Trump election, right? Trump and Biden, right? I watched they had a van there. I can't remember exactly what happened, and they had a van there, and they were rigging the votes. There was something like 20,000 rigged, and
20,000.
Yes, something or whatever.
Try 200,000 just here in Michigan.
Yeah, I know, man. And then I see Trump's fucking killing it. He's going to win 100%. The Americans love him. This is the first thing you see. Within 3 or 4 hours, okay, Biden's turned around and had a landslide victory. To me, that doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, but see, the problem in lies.
What happened?
That not enough people will speak up. And the ones that do speak up, they are destroying them. As I said, Clark, if you knew exactly, and Johnny kind of knows, he understands a little bit about what I've done.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk to Johnny later about the thing, but yeah. But the whole thing, to me, was just fucking rigged.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, I'm not into politics in America, but what I watched, right, was a rigged fucking vote that Biden should not have won, and Trump should have fucking landslided it, which he wasn't at the start. What the fuck happened? Why did it all turn around?
The whole thing, like I say, under the rules of voting, the whole vote should have been thrown out and people go back to the polls again.
All right. Now,
once the problems were fixed. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, what I saw was when he got off of his airplane and he's getting off and he's waving to the crowd, there was this black lady with her phone. I mean, just sitting there videotaping him coming out of his plane. He comes out and he's waving to the crowd, and she's like, "Who the hell is he waving at?" She turns around. There was nobody. They're trying to, make it look like there's a bunch of people at this place where he landed his plane so he can wave to. There was nobody there. Once I seen that video, I was like, oh, okay. I see exactly what games are playing now.
Let's hear from a person that's not American, from Australia, okay? What I've seen Trump do, walk into North Korea and make a deal, right? Then tell NATO that if you don't put more money in, we're going to leave, right? So instead of America paying on these fucking bills, that NATO had to put more into it, right? He got along with Putin, right? And he's kicked out of government. And then you got Biden come in. It wants to fucking nuke fucking North Korea and wants to fucking nuke this and wants to nuke that. And to me, you're better off with actually Trump, in my opinion.
There's no doubt
like I said,
about
I'm not a fucking. I don't watch a lot of American politics, but that's what I see.
Well, Trump and he is virtually the first prime minister or president that in his term, in modern day I'm talking, never dropped a bomb on anybody.
Correct. Oh, hang on. Where's the first week he fired missiles at fucking Jimmy, I think.
If Trump does win, I expect to see a lot of dang house cleaning. I mean, serious.
I hate to say it, Mac.
I know. I would expect it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah.
If he doesn't go scorched earth, if he gets back in, we're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same token, if I was betting hard money on whether we get to that point, I would bet against it.
I'd say the way the voting, not the voting system, the voting system, or the the way the votes are distributed, the way they're counted, the whole of it, until that's fixed, the person that will win is with the biggest bloody check in their back pocket.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. The root of all evil.
And it's but the thing is, from what I've seen and asked, other Americans and things like that, and that they've told me about shit, and they go, "You've got to be frigging joking!" Like here, there's a book, and it's got you in the book. You go into the polling booth, and they go through the physical book, not just a computer, a physical book, and then put a line through it. Then it goes, once the votes are done and all that kind of stuff, those books go back to the electoral office, and they're gone through, and the names that are missed, that they're entered, and if they haven't voted, say there at one spot, they voted somewhere else, it's all collated, and if you haven't voted, then you get a fine in the mail.
Wow.
Because here at legal age, you have to vote, otherwise you get fined for not voting.
That's right.
And there's no way you can vote more than once, because you get jailed for that too. But the thing is, it's one person, one vote. Over in America, you go to your post box and you can vote 10 or 12 times.
I can't trust the voting system. I'm sorry, I can't trust it. I really can't.
I wouldn't trust it either. I think the system's flawed.
Not after the last election with Biden. I wouldn't trust your voting system at all.
I really can't. Yes.
Well,
the Biden one, truckloads of votes went missing.
Yeah,
We've
exactly.
seen it.
That's what I'm
We've
saying,
seen him
John.
messing with
That's what's
ballot
on the
boxes at
news.
these damn centers. We've seen him messing with them, and nobody did anything.
Well,
Exactly.
I can say this much because it's already out in the media. Part of the problem is they won't let you look at the actual ballots. They only let you look at the scanned stuff. And that's been part of the problem because my constitution right here in the States says that as a voter, I am allowed to contest something and I'm allowed to look at the actual damn ballots, not some fucking scan.
Right.
And therein lies the problem too. And that shows that they're already trying to hide shit because they will not in any way, shape, or form let anybody look at the actual ballots. And
Right.
by law, they're supposed to.
How would you fix it, Robert? If you were able to fix it, how would you fix it?
There
that
is
these
no
votes be-
law when it comes to voting. There's no law. Shut your fucking throat, cake hole. That's what you get
Right.
told. It's
Well,
none of your
They'll
business.
destroy you. They'll just
I can tell you. Go ahead, Rob.
they'll just destroy your life, Clark.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I'll be quite honest. They
Don't
have
rock the
drained my
boat.
life. Listen to this. They've drained my life savings. They have gotten my wife fired and blackballed from her job.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay.
They have literally fucking destroyed anything that I was doing. That's why I don't do anything with anybody anymore because they won't just go after me. They will go after anybody I'm associated with.
Wow. Kind of like on Facebook. I don't like you hanging around that person. So yeah. Wow. Or YouTube.
So I've when I say I've paid the price for speaking up, that would be an understatement.
Yeah.
Did your forefathers fight for America in World War II and make it a better country? And to
Don't
see
forget,
this at the end of
Stephen,
it?
Robert fought for America
Yeah, I understand that. But
and what
to see us-
it stood for,
okay.
and then found out what it really stood for. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they've used that
Anyway,
against me.
your father fought for America and fought and the great America, and look at it now. It's a fucking zoo.
Well, I'll tell you this, Clark.
And it's the same goes to Australia, Robert. We fought so much, and my father, put so much into it, and probably yours, Johnny. And look at it now. Look what they've fucking done with it. Look what they've done with it. We fought so hard to stop these, the axes or whatever. I won't go into war shit, but and have a look at how these countries have turned out. We've got freedom, have we? Have we really got freedom?
Well, I hate to say this, Clark. If we don't put a stop to what's going on in the Western world, and I'm not speaking just of America, I'm speaking of all Western world.
Yeah, that's okay, man. It's all the world, man.
If we don't put a stop to the shit that's going on, I don't think people are going to recognize the world that we live in the next 5 years, let alone the next 50.
Yep.
There's so many things that I could say into this that I don't dare at the moment, because anything I say, as the saying goes, can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Okay, so you look at the government at the moment. Don't fucking argue with me. Off with his head. That's the attitude the government's got against everybody.
Well,
So,
absolutely.
Off with his head. And people are suffering all over the Western world because of this shit. A few people are billionaires, and they run the fucking West. And,
You're wrong, Clark. You're wrong on one point.
Yeah.
They don't care about money, because guess what? They're the ones that created the systems we have to live in. They run the fucking money.
They print it out thin air.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen that, because of all this money they're dishing out to people on welfare and all this other stuff, giving billions to Israel, doing this with the money, and building all this shit downtown where we're suffering, and all these new sports arenas are being built. Yeah, money out of thin air.
Yep.
And what people don't realize is when we got away from and I'll tell you quite frankly, and this is the honest to God's truth, it boils down to the fact that our monetary systems and our banking systems and our political systems and then our business corporate systems are all tied together. And everybody says, oh, it's this group or it's that group. What they don't understand is it's those systems that are created to keep the power of everything in their hands. No matter what it is, whether it's financial, whether it's legal, whether it's governmental, it makes no difference. And you can't separate yourself from any of that, nor can you shield yourself from it, because we're born into a system we didn't create. You know, therein lies the biggest problem, and people don't recognize it.
The problem with the West, Robert, is they never learn from history. Now you look at Robert. You look at the Colosseum. You kill everybody and blah blah. Have a look at it now. You build a big oval in your country and have a sports there, and around the corner there's someone starving to death. There's someone, you know, they haven't got housing. But you'll build that fucking big oval and shit like that. The same in Australia. Do you know they want to build a massive fucking oval in my country, down where I live, right? And there's people on the streets. There's people haven't got housing, but they want to build this big fucking oval for football. And this is the way the West works, because it doesn't affect them because they got fucking money. We're all fucking slaves to the fucking. We're all slaves, man. So where does communists come into it? Communism. Is China so bad? You know, is Russia so bad?
Well, but what you don't understand is, Clark, that there is kabuki theater, because if you don't think the very same systems don't control those countries as well, you haven't been paying attention.
I have been paying attention. I know exactly. I've lived there, mate. I know exactly what they're all about.
Yep.
Freedom of press. There's no freedom of press in Russia. There's no freedom of press in North Korea. But we have freedom of press. Freedom of press is controlled by the government.
We have freedom of propaganda. That's what we have.
Yeah, I like Robert. That was a good one. I like that. That was good. Yeah, okay. I'll give you on that one. Yeah, that was good. Yep. Yeah,
that's why so many people are so confused, Clark, because unless you really dig, you can't get the truth anymore. Yep. And so many people question things. You know, it's like there's so many people who think Trump is something that he isn't. Now, he's many things. Don't get me wrong. He's by far no saint. But he isn't what they've made him out to be. And in the same token, they're trying to make Mr. Shit My Pants and president out to be the next coming of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And that guy couldn't lay in bed straight if he wanted. Hell, he can't even wipe his own ass. You know, and there's people who still back him. But they only get their information from what mainstream media gives them.
Yeah.
And then you have the opposite side. You get people who go off the rails and will believe the utterly most craziest of shit, because they're already in. What they don't understand, many people, is that the propaganda is used in many ways, and it isn't just in your face. There's many subtleties that come into play.
Yeah, it comes through the education system.
Well, that's one big part of it.
The whole thing is freedom of the press, Robert. Is that correct?
Well, we haven't had really, truthfully, freedom of press. Probably
as long as you, sorry, Robert, as long as you don't rock the boat.
Well, as long as you don't, shall we say, put the actual power players front and center, it doesn't matter.
In my country, in Australia, my friend, if you go to the government, Johnny probably back you up here. You're fucked. As long as you don't rock the boat, right? If you go one of our government politicians or blah blah blah, all of a sudden someone knock on your door and say, "Have you paid your tax lately? You know, what's this? What you've parked illegally at the front, and you know, have you got registration on your car?" That's because you rocked the fucking boat. So, are we free? No, we're not. We're not, Robert. We're not free at all. That's the way it is.
Clark, read the private chat.
You know, isn't it?
Wow. Boy.
Okay, mate. Okay, no worries, mate. No worries. Okay. Okay, mate.
Now here lies the problem. The people who are in those positions aren't standing on principle and say, "Fuck no, I'm not going to do that to an innocent person," but they will.
Yep.
One thing I say, Robert, you know, I ask you questions, Robert, but the reason I ask you these questions is, well, it's a panel, right? And I don't understand what goes on. I really don't, right? And same with you, Mac, right? You're Americans, and I don't understand really what's going on. So I ask you, blah, 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 you know? Sorry, Mac?
I've got an inkling on what's up.
What's up?
Yeah, it's an interesting statement you made there, Robert. You know, you're innocent. You're innocent until you're proven guilty. In Australia, in Australia, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent.
Shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is basically what it is.
Yeah, it was always the onus was on the law enforcement to prove you're guilty. In Australia, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. Simple as that.
Well, it's the same way everywhere in the Western world, and they're trying to explain to somebody that authoritarianism, when it comes to our judicial system, is not an answer. But yet, you got people hell bent for leather over the dumbest of things, and even some legit things, actually. But they've lost the idea that you don't destroy an innocent man's life to get the guilty. And that's the problem. People don't understand that any longer.
I think with some departments and some things like that, there is cash incentives. In other words,
For sure.
Anybody that works for a government department always get paid shitty money, but there's always the carrot, you know, the little cash incentive if you do this, if that happens or whatever. So you'll get somebody that's a bit strapped for cash. They'll go, "Oh, well, I'm half-assed on this. Well, we'll just go and hang this bugger and maybe he'll squeal on somebody else, but we don't care if we ruin him. I've got an extra $5,000 or $10,000 that I can do something for my kids, you know." But if you turn it around, it's happening to him. Well, his attitude to change in a big hurry.
Yeah, and you know, to your point, Johnny, it's amazing how people color their world by what they hear in rumors or news, or what they consider to be news or whatever. And even what I'm experiencing and my wife has experienced is part of that. Because
That's horrible.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Clark, people for the most part are fucking stupid.
Yeah, they are.
Are you surviving okay?
I can't answer that question, Mac.
Okay, sorry. Just want to make sure, you know, you eat any food or anything like that, just let us know.
I tell you, quite frankly, if it wasn't for the fact that I have no debt, I would be homeless right now, Mac.
Right. Well, they're fucking with me. The shit with my neck, right? I won the case. They appealed it once, twice. They're doing it a third time now, and it's bullshit because they're two doctors, my two doctors. They all say I do have a neck operated on. Why am I getting my neck operated on? Because these bastards are appealing it over and over. This is bullshit. My life is just down the tubes. I'm so fucking depressed. I'm not happy with myself. I got a great wife. She's putting up with this crap, but still, look what they're doing to me. They don't give a fuck about me.
Well, that's the whole. This is the thing, Mac. Even in this case, even though, as Clark would say, "Are you really free?" I'm still quote unquote a free man, but the process is the punishment.
Yes, I'm being punished. I've been captive in my house for 3 years, prison, for a crime I didn't commit.
That therein lies the problem, and people in society no longer, in this day and age, I think, understand what's really going on. And until, I'll tell you quite frankly, most people won't understand it until it's on their porch step. And then all of a sudden, they have a come to Jesus moment, so to speak, and they'll be the ones squealing the loudest. But yet when people needed to stand up and open their mouths and say something, they were the ones standing back in the corner saying, I'll be a good little boy and I won't say anything.
That's what they want.
You know, I got to watch it because I'll tell you,
All right.
this
No
whole
problem.
discussion just.
Let's just change the subject then. So, what do you see the end game possibly? I mean, what's the whole goal?
Control the destruction of sovereign nations, Mac.
Right.
And that's looking, towards the future that I think is going to come a lot sooner than most people realize. The biggest problem, Mac, is people have a normalcy bias. They view the world from a scope of their past life. So you kind of miss what's really going on in the world, or you become indifferent to it. Many people they literally don't even want to engage or talk about anything, or even engage in their local community, let alone their country's politics. And that's part of the biggest problem is people's apathy and indifference have gotten us to where we're at now.
Welcome, Oz.
Hey, how you doing, Oz? Good to see you, bud.
Hey, Oz. What's going on, bud?
Thanks, guys. Hello.
Yeah, I think you're right. The disease we had to have, turned everybody into recluses.
Well, it proves that people will bend the knee to the most absurd shit, Johnny.
Well, yeah, I know, like, where we are, that has gone back through and it's heading to courts and God knows what about different stuff. But the whole thing is, it doesn't matter which way it goes, they're not going to hang the bastards and the taxpayer's still bloody paying.
Yeah,
but now they're going to be paying again because they're going to pay all these lawyer bastards.
The laws that they introduced at the time were emergency laws, so they get away with it.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, Oz, people bought it hook, line, and sinker. Nobody stopped.
Yeah, but they had to because emergency laws came in. If you didn't do this, if you didn't do that, you didn't have a job.
Yeah, even though it's being proven that most of the people who were speaking out were
that's
correct.
later. That's later. But during during the time of COVID, as it was happening, nobody knew shit. Okay,
no,
it was all undercover.
Very good, Oz.
And
very good.
The government at the
They
time
made it
said,
up as they went along.
If you want to keep your job, you have to get a fucking jab. That's the way.
Exactly.
Made it up as they went along.
And there was no ifs or buts. If you wanted a job, you took the jab. And then as soon as COVID was not officially over, but it was over, look at the jobs. You can't get through the amount of jobs that are available now. There is so many jobs available. Look at it.
You were so correct, Oz, mate. You were so correct.
There's
so many things I could say to the point that you just said, Oz, that I probably shouldn't say.
Why?
because
It's two
that's
different
part of.
countries. I'm talking about my country. You can. Why can't you talk for?
Yeah, well, okay. If I'm going to use, for example, if I was going to say what went on in Australia, what it proved to me was that one, governments have too much power over the people. Two, it proved to me that most people will literally beg for an authoritarian in trying times instead of using common sense and actually using the gray matter between their ears.
But you got to understand, Robert, Australia with 26 million people is a project.
Well, the whole fucking world's a project.
No, 26 million people isolated is an ongoing project, and it has been since 1967.
Well, if
Actually, before that, in the 50s, it started before that. It is a massive project. Australia is a project.
Well, from what I'm seeing, there are parallels all across the Western world where the local populations have come to the acceptance that they'll move in a bunch of populations who are not conducive to shall we say,
or native
cultural
to that
cohesion.
land. Yeah, or native to that land.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's native or not. It's whether somebody comes to your country and wants to be Australian.
Yeah, but we have certain rules and laws and stipulations that they must become Australian, you see?
Well, but therein lies the rub.
Yeah, but there lies the difference between us and the rest of the nations around the planet. You guys don't do this, what we do. That's why it's so hard to get in here.
Well, our current administration would call you guys a bunch of bigots and misogynists and all kinds of shit.
And that's the exact point. That is what we are not, because we are inclusive of Indians, Muslims, Arabs, Turks, Greeks, you name it. We are inclusive of everybody. You guys are not, and you've shown us that.
Actually, quite frankly, America is quite inclusive of anybody. The problem is,
your Constitution is, and your Bill of Rights is, but you people are actually not. You segregate them and you put them into some sort of ghetto where you think that that's where they belong, and they have to work their way out of that ghetto, correct?
No, that actually is not true. That's by design of what the government policies have done.
No, that's by design of what you guys created from the early 1900s. Any newcomers into America had to go through that system, correct? Whereas in Australia, they're separate. They can go wherever they fucking want as soon as they land.
They can do the same thing here.
Yeah, but in the first instance, you can do that now in America. But in the first instance, you had to go through Coney Island, right? You had to go through the Strait. You had to go through Hudson River. You had to go up past Statue of Liberty, and you had to register yourself with documentation or not at the Bureau of Immigration in New York, correct?
Well, I'm not quite sure exactly what the policies were in the past, but by contrast, in the same token, you can't just allow people in willy-nilly either.
I was by Googling.
Well, they're doing that with the immigrants.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't have to Google. It's just history, isn't it? What the Americans went through. But I'm saying if you're trying to say immigration is bad, I don't think it is. I'm in agreement with immigration. Because if you don't have immigration, your own populace is getting old and lazy. And they've always been fucking lazy. Let's face the facts. They've always fucking been lazy, right? Now, you get a new wave of immigrants. The economy only gets better because they have to buy things. They have to pay tax. They have to buy property. They have to pay tax. Everything that they do, they have to pay tax.
Okay, but hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Now, by contrast, your idea on the surface, I agree with. But see, here lies the problem here. You now have the government subsidizing bringing people here, paying for their homes, paying for the wages.
You can't provide facts. I've heard you Americans say, and the Australians say this too. Oh, the Australians say, the Somalis come, they get 18 grand worth of benefits instantly.
I can't provide facts.
I looked it up.
Here,
I looked it up. No, they do not. No, they do not.
Want to bet me?
Unless it's a skill that is handy and useful, then they get subsidies. Otherwise, you can forget those subsidies. So let's look at the facts.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give you some facts.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's one of them.
I'm trying to roll a cigarette and I've lost my cigarette.
Yeah, I can hear that. I can hear that.
What did you do? Put the case down that flicked out and you forgot to bloody lick it?
Jesus Christ.
No. Johnny, he rolled a cigarette with his tongue.
The whole place is in darkness.
I told you not to swallow.
I've got a candle in the monitor as light. I've lost my tobacco. Fucking.
Now, just the one thing about it, you know, the inscription on the Statue of Liberty, you know, give me your tired, your poor, your humble masses yearning to breathe free.
That was a rock star, wasn't it? I'll piss on him.
The wretched refuge of your teeming shore, send these, the homeless, the tempest, the tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside my golden door. Now,
and that was a gift from France. That was
There
a
you
gift.
go, Oz. There's one link for you.
Yeah, but there you go, Sheriff. That was a gift from France.
Here's another link for you.
I'm not going to click on links. I'm sorry. I can't click on it.
Oh, he's
Well,
trying
see,
to back
I'll give you the headlines then, Oz.
Yeah, but I can
Housing
only do one
program in
thing.
Michigan
Sheriff,
offering eligible refugees
Sheriff.
$500 per month rent,
don't
plus
listen.
$6,000 over a 6-month period for
Sheriff,
regular
Sheriff,
housing.
if you're
Leave
going to
them
argue
aboard.
with me because I can't click on a link, don't argue with me at all. All right? I'm not going to click on a link. Period.
It's
Well,
a panel.
you said I
Nobody's
can't prove it. I can prove it to you very easily.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to read a link for the next half an
It's a
hour.
panel. Nobody's arguing.
Yeah, but
Right.
I can't stand it when someone puts a link and says, "Go read this," and you look at it. It's an hour read.
Oh,
Fuck off.
deal with it.
You're not
deal with
believing what Robert's saying.
No,
it's
Well,
actually
you want
it's
to do
actually
one more
saying
then,
$6,000 to help with housing, X amounts per month, whatever. But it really, if we go back to the original start with that inscription from the Statue of Liberty, you've got some money changing hands now where the people had the ability to earn some money. There's not a lot changed, is there?
And America gave him that right to do so.
And you know the French gave the statue because the French really hated the Americans anyway. So what the hell?
Yeah, but America really opened up the world to global fucking trade.
Yes, and so did the Dutch. The Dutch had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but the Dutch did it with fucking salt and pepper. We're not talking salt and pepper
That's
anymore.
right. That's
Right.
sailing ships.
The Americans started.
the Americans and the
started
British
building
did it with
washing machines.
slavery.
Yeah, but they started
Slavery.
building. Let's go into the future. They started building washing machines. They started building refrigerators in a mass unknown ever. The amount that the American can produce is horrifying. It's scary. And that's what's proven in World War II when they started turning those factories into fucking war machines.
But the thing is now, Oz, it's not scary.
No, they're still scary.
They can't produce anything.
No, they're still scary.
No, they can't,
Sorry.
they can't.
Clarky, they're still scary.
I'm
mate.
sorry, mate. You're wrong. You're wrong. 100% wrong.
Okay, whatever, Clarky. They're still scary, okay? Fuck off.
All right. You fuck off too. You don't.
But I believe
Google,
in the
Google.
Americans. I believe in the Americans and I trust the Americans. Why? Because I believe in the American way. I always have.
Yeah, well, the American way is being shit on left and right.
No, because you think so. Stop
been sold
falling
out.
into minor politics. Stop falling into minor politics.
Minor politics?
Yeah, minor politics, where everyone has some sort of fucking opinion. Stick your opinion up your ass. No one is a qualified fucking journalist. But so far, with the internet and social media, everyone's a fucking journalist. Fuck off with that shit. Stick with the true shit. And the true shit, you'll understand the true shit when you get into the absolute depths of it. Without the fucking bullshit of who's following who. And that's just yik-yak yarning. Yeah. Don't fucking gossip. Yeah. In life. Get with the true facts.
Where is gossip when
facts,
governments put?
facts,
Hold on,
facts,
Oz,
Facts are everything.
you said you
Don't-
wanted
you're
facts. I
talking
gave
over
you
me.
facts.
Let
You
me
didn't want to
finish.
do them.
Well, why don't you let me finish, Sheriff? Why don't you let me finish first? Yeah. You people are so intertwined in this shit with your own belief, and your own belief turns into fucking gossip. Don't gossip. Go with facts. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so I give you a link for some of the facts you
I'm
claimed I
not.
couldn't prove.
No, fuck links. I'm not clicking links.
And see, there you go. So you're going to argue
That's
about
your
propaganda
link.
and
That's
not lack
your
of
link.
facts, but
That's
yet you
your link.
yourself don't. Hold on, you just told me to let you finish.
Okay,
I
I'll
let you finish.
That's your link.
Come on, arguing, Oz.
I'm not arguing. That's his link.
The thing of it is,
Mate, guys, the panel, talk.
you ask for what it was. I gave you the stuff and what it was, and I can give you hundreds of what it is, the policies and things that's been passed where their very own
So are
politicians,
you
to include yours,
anti-American?
to include yours.
Are you anti-American? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not anti-American. I'm anti-government subsidizing population replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think your population replacement is doing? Have you not done the math?
Yeah, putting more money in these people's pockets through taxes.
When was the last time you went to work? You're getting old. You're not going to work. Okay? That's population replacement. If you don't do it, you're going to fucking die. Poor.
Okay.
That's the fact of the fucking matter. That's not politics. Yeah? That's money. Real money. If you don't do it, you're all going to fucking die. All 360 million of you. Idiot.
Mhm.
Sorry, sir.
Let me know when you want to debate on the actual facts.
You're not breeding enough, is what I'm trying to say. You're not breeding enough. Start fucking now.
Oh, righto, Robert. Get that guitar out, busted. You know, bust out a rag, get the dust off it, and go and play a little bit of.
Oh, that just, Robert, they just stumped you, mate. They just stumped you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not fucking enough.
Say that again, Clark.
I tell you just stumped it. You're not fucking enough.
Yeah. No, actually, it didn't stump me one bit in the least.
No, it never would stump Robert. I would never do that to Robert anyway. We're just talking sense, I think, aren't we?
But you know, the thing is, I can understand what you're saying, Oz, but half the public in Australia, the young ones, don't want to work, or they want to sit at a corporate table when they haven't even got a high school education.
Yeah, because they watch social media, and that's what social media tells them that's where they belong, on the corporate table.
Well, yeah, maybe as slaughtered lambs or lynch on or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what happens when I get a contract, Johnny? I fucking get rid of half the customer there.
Bring back the old bastards that know what's going on.
I'm the official toe cutter, mate. I don't give a fuck. You haven't proven your worth in 5 years. Fuck off. Here's your payout. Fuck off.
You know, but that's exactly it. You know, like there's that much dead wood, as in pencil pushers and all the rest of it. It was always the joke, the cancer worker. There'd be one working and four sitting around.
We uncovered a bloke for 4 years. He had a title and a job, but yet nobody knew what the cunt done for 4 years.
Yeah.
The cleverest man in the factory.
120 grand, Clarkie, 120 grand for 4 years. But nobody knew what the cunt done.
You're stupid. How much were you getting?
I wasn't part of that, but they exposed him. It was like 120 grand for 4 years, but he does fuck all. He just turns up, clocks in. Yeah, signs in, actually. Doesn't even clock in, signs in.
Well, he's still got it, hasn't he?
I think he's the fucking best paid man in the world. He done nothing for 4
There
years.
you go.
I think they made a Seinfeld episode out of that one.
Yeah.
I tell you, there was a bloke that worked at one of the power stations up here, and he was come from the Mediterranean, New Australian. And how he'd go to the store of a morning, pick up a brand new wheelbarrow, and a broom and a shovel, and he'd walk around and he'd pick up a little bit of stuff around the power station, and then he'd walk out the main gate and all that kind of stuff.
And get paid.
Yeah, but the thing is, the shovel, the broom, and the wheelbarrow, when he got sprung, they realised there was a big pile of crap down the bottom end of the car park where he'd been dumping it, loading up the wheelbarrows 5 days a week for about 15 bloody years.
He found the hole, he filled it in.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, Johnny. That's using your fucking noggin.
Yeah, but he'd take the broom, the shovel, and the wheel, but brand new, all brand new. Get to the pub and sell it, and then go back to knock off.
I'd hire that guy. I'd hire that guy in a heartbeat.
You know, he was brilliant. He was brilliant. I watched him for years, and I just thought to myself, what the fuck does he do?
He's better than Stephen Clark.
Oh dear.
And fucking I see shit and die.
I actually felt shit like fucking hell yesterday and today. Jesus Christ. I had to go to the doctor.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, not good. I ain't dying of cancer, don't worry. I'm not a fucking what's that cunt's name? Not going to mention him.
All right,
But
then.
yeah, middle ear infection. And I said to the doc, how do you get that? And he goes, it doesn't matter. You got one. I said, like, I'm questioning, like, how do you get it? He's not answering the question. Doctors. You got to be your own doctor today. But guess what? Go and self-analyze yourself. You've all got cancer. Every one of you got cancer if you go self-analyze yourself online. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not
The
kidding.
doctors in Australia are brilliant. They just, you know,
Yeah. I just said
I love
that.
the doctors in Australia. Blah, 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 blah. And what about this? What about this? What about this?
Yeah,
And
he took.
they
He
think,
took.
oh,
the,
yeah.
He took the
You
$60.
don't go to a doctor in Australia. Don't talk over the top of me, Oz.
Clarky,
If you're going to go
yeah, but you're gonna laugh.
look, let me finish what I'm fucking saying, okay?
Clarky, he took the $60.
You fucking
He
make me
gave
sick when you fucking do that.
He took
Seriously, I
the
just
$60.
vomited. I vomited then.
because
I'm going
you
to clean myself up. I'm going to clean myself up.
Yeah, go because you shat yourself.
No.
You saw your fart. He took the $65. He gave me $30 back, and he thinks I fucking owe him something. Eh?
Oh, geez, a fucker. Seriously?
And I think to myself,
Seriously?
hang on
Who
a
gives a
second.
fuck?
Yeah, but I think to myself, I paid for your
It's
education.
better be fucking good.
Fuck.
Seriously, if you go to a doctor and you say, oh, you got
Anyway,
this, you got this, you got that, ask
I
them
learned-
a fucking question. How do I do this? How do I do that? But the thing
I
is,
learned-
you go on the net and you find out what your fucking problem is and you can tell them what to do.
All right, you
It
done?
happens so many times when you're you go to a doctor.
So informative. Are you done?
They don't give a fuck. It's just a
We just
production line
learned-
for them.
We just learnt so much from you, Clarky. Thank you so much for your interruption.
That's really good. And you're interrupting all the fucking time, you fucking pig. You make me
Okay.
sick.
All right.
Fuck
Can
up
I
and
be-
die.
Can I be a
Seriously.
double?
I'll
Can
fucking
I
out
be
your
a double?
gut.
Okay. Can I be a double pig and tell people of what they're doing wrong? As he told me.
No.
We're all
No.
going to learn from this. We're going to learn from this. Clarky, this is educational. You have to let me go.
Oh, okay, go on.
All right. Now,
Go on,
vitamin
sweetheart.
D. Vitamin D, as we all know, is important. You get that from the sunshine, correct?
That's right.
Now, guess what doesn't happen? You can be thinking you're out in the sun, you're getting vitamin D, but it's not getting converted in your body. Clarky. Guess why not? Guess why not, Clarky?
I don't know, mate. What guess what? What?
Guess why the vitamin D in your body is not getting converted into vitamin D that your body can use?
I don't know. You're gonna
Because
it's just riveting.
you're
Go
not,
on.
you're not absorbing enough magnesium to actually activate
Say it again.
vitamin
Say it
D.
again.
You're not
Say
getting enough.
magnesium again.
You're not getting enough magnesium to
Come
activate.
on. It's your
vitamin-
mouth. Spit it out. Go on. Magnesium.
Yeah, magnesium. Say it,
girl.
Clarky. Say it, Clarky.
You can do it. You can do it.
Say
You
it
can
in
do
a
it, guys.
sing- make a song out of it, Clarky. And I guarantee you can hit the Australian Federation of fucking Cancer or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they'll take that as their song.
Yes, I will. Yeah, won't they?
Make a jingle like you used to do, you cunt.
Yes,
All right,
okay, you
kids.
freaking idiot. You cocksucking cunt.
Yeah, you used to make money. Now you fucking make fuck all.
Hey,
You
kids,
reckon?
I got to jump off. You guys have a good one.
Mr.
Johnny,
Sheriff, did I
All right,
bore you?
Good to
Sorry,
see you, Robert.
Oz,
It's very
you guys
interesting
are-
conversation.
Take care, Robert.
sorry, Sheriff, we bored you. We bored you.
No, I got other things I got to do. So you guys have
Yeah.
a good one.
That's okay.
Good to
We're
talk
gonna-
to you, Robert.
we're
They're
gonna
really good.
whip- we're
Yeah,
gonna
nice
whip
talking to you,
the-
Robert.
We're gonna whip the fuck out of Clarky now. As punishment.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, as punishment. Because you bored the fuck out of our sheriff, you cunt. So now we have to
You think
punish you.
so?
You know so. Look, MacGyver's here to punish you.
I'm here to punish nobody.
Shut up, MacGyver. Go with the plan.
Fuck off.
Oh, you should know better than take me on.
I can take you on.
Doesn't have to be that way,
You,
Oz.
no, you
We can
can't.
get along and not argue and bicker. You know,
Uh,
that's too short for this shit.
Hey,
Really?
hey, Acme,
Listen,
Acme,
I'm
you know-
not talking about this fucking
Acme,
idiot, right?
Acme,
This fucking idiot.
I'm hearing you.
This fucking idiot
All right.
that talks
We'll
over
let
the top of
Clarky go,
everybody.
and I'll tell you
Hey,
about
hey,
me.
You can go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot. You are a fucking great
I
bloke.
don't come here to
A lot of
argue.
fucking time here. You're a fucking idiot. So go for your fucking life, you fucking stooge.
Beg your pardon?
Well,
What are you on about, Clark?
complimented you. I can't remember.
See, Acme thinks I'm part of that crew that she cans everybody and has done for years.
Yeah.
I've never shit-canned anybody.
I know you haven't. You're a fucking princess, aren't you?
Yep, I am.
Mm.
Look at the record.
Yeah.
Never doxed. Never done your
No,
fucking
no,
shit.
you've never
You've
done
all
that.
done it. I fucking haven't.
Yep.
You've all
I've
joined
never done it.
sides. I fucking have it. I
Never,
stick with the
I've
same side.
never ever
I
doxed
stick with
anybody.
the same side all the fucking time.
Yeah.
But you all can't be fucking me, can you, Clarky? Huh?
No,
Can you?
look, mate. You're a fucking clever guy, but you like to shit stir. You like to fucking
Well,
get
what's this
people
about?
going, but it doesn't fucking work on me, you idiot.
What's this about?
What's
Huh?
that?
What's it about? What's this about?
What about? What?
The English turned this from a travel ship to their shit. So I don't comply
Yeah.
with their fucking ways or rules.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. You're a good guy. Got
We're a
my time
bunch
for
of
you.
mates.
Go
We're a
fuck
bunch of
yourself.
mates. We're a bunch of
Yes,
mates.
we
that
are.
used to get- That used to get.
Yes, we are,
together.
and I'm your fucking mate. So shut your fucking cake hole.
If you let me finish, thank you.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. You're a fucking idiot.
We're a bunch of mates that used to get together and talk about our own interests, our own.
When have
things
we
that-
got together?
Shut up, please. Please, man. I gave you a
Okay.
chance.
Okay.
We would talk about our own experiences, blah, blah. And then it blew into this English coming in and making us war between each other, which they did. They were very successful at that because that's what they do. If you look at them, they can't even go to a football game. I can take, we as Australians can take our family to a fucking football game. They cannot. That's sad.
Actually, that's everything you said so far is correct, Oz.
That saddens me.
We
And
used to support each other. Everybody stream, but not over everybody else. Support, sharing, great community. You're right. The English came in and fucked it.
And they can't help
That's
themselves.
exactly right. John.
Clarky, let me
That's
finish.
exactly
please.
right.
Clarky. they
No,
can't
no, seriously. I've got more important thing to say than you ain't fucking, are you idiot?
All
You're
right,
exactly
I'm going
right,
to let you go for half an hour,
Johnny.
then I speak. After half an hour,
I
I
don't need
speak.
half an hour.
Well, that's what I'm giving you. I'm giving you half an hour because you won't let
Don't
me
be
speak.
fucking rude. Don't be fucking rude.
You're being a dickhead, and you done this last time I was on Johnny's. You're not going to do it again this time. Do you understand, cunt?
Don't call me cunt. You know I'm not a cunt.
No, Clarky, do you understand? You're not going to do it again. You done it last time. I'm not stupid, you fuckwit.
Okay, you piece of shit. What do you want to talk about?
Say you say. Just say it, and then fuck off.
No, I'm not going to fucking say anything, you fucking stupid
Well,
cunt.
say your say, and do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. As
Well,
I do not
I've never
interrupt you.
interrupted you, fucking stupid idiot.
I do not interrupt you. So go ahead.
I don't interrupt you at all.
You've got half an hour. Go ahead. Half an hour is a
No,
long time.
you go on. You just, well,
It
fucking
starts
go to your
now.
life.
It starts now. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, you've got a fucking 1 hour, all right? It starts now, all right? From now on, I'm not going to talk until Oz talks, all right? For 1 hour.
You see, you just fucked it up. I gave you
Okay.
half an hour and you can't fucking speak unless I speak.
Righto.
Yes, like, just don't do it. You look like a shit cunt when you do. Go on, Johnny.
You're a funny cunt, you know that?
Yeah, I'm way funny
love you,
when
I
you
love
shut
you.
up.
I
way
love
funny.
you, Oz.
I'm way funny if you
Love
guys
you.
actually
You
shut up.
fucking dick.
And you
Johnny
love to
won't go
overtalk
in
me.
You
You love to overtalk me.
fucking mouth
like
when I'm
you are
talking,
now.
all right?
Yeah.
Shut your fucking
See?
mouth when I'm talking, all right?
See?
Don't fucking talk when I'm talking, you fucking idiot.
Now, all right, 15 minutes.
You're the only
Hang on.
guy in the fucking streams, right, that I've fucking had to deal with. You're a fucking brilliant, right? You're a fucking
The one thing about it, I'm starting to think that Perrin and Clarkey have been giving each other tongues. You know, it's rubbing off a little bit, isn't it?
There's
Well,
one
I'm not
guy
allowed
I
to-
will stick
I'm not
up.
allowed to
There's
speak
one
for 15
guy.
minutes.
Shut your fucking mouth, you fucking idiot. There's one guy I will stick up for, right? Is Oz.
Ours is okay. Look, we've all had our little skirmishes or whatever. But when it all started off, everybody was a frigging wonderful community, and everybody supported each other. And a couple of people came into it, and then it turned into World War fucking 10.
Well, Clarkey's partly to blame for that. I'm sorry, but he is.
You get fucked, cunt. I love you.
He brings in Hitman and then thinks we don't know. What the fuck?
You're right, you fucking idiot.
Like, we got Charlie. Sinimopile di comprare the Franco Cozzo Levidontari, and Clarkey brings in Hitman as if we're not going to know.
Livelantali.
Levidontari. It's the only way I can speak Italian with that commercial.
Oh, fuck me.
Comprare
That was mine,
comprare the Franco Cozzo Levidontari.
Working out the power stations on construction, you learn how to talk a little bit of Italian.
Yeah, real quick. Real
Yeah,
quick.
well,
The whole camp were Italian.
Piova.
Every camp was Italian and
Boom. Oh,
actually,
you guys, Yugoslavs.
Yugoslavs. Yeah, I thought Johnny would back me up there. There was Yugoslavs and Polacks.
Oh yeah, but the Yugos and the Croatians didn't get along very fucking well together.
No, they didn't, did they?
The thing, it was knives that bloody every smoke hour and lunchtime was that you just about had to separate them because they wanted to stab each other.
Yeah, I had mates that were both, and then when their war broke out, fuck me, did they?
You got no fucking mate, you fucking idiot.
Nah, only you. Only
well, fair enough, okay.
makes my heart complete.
Oh shit!
Mr. Clarky, don't you know?
Hang on,
You
man.
are
I'm nearly finished. Go on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
You are precious to me.
Ah, 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 ah,
And
ah,
my glass
ah,
of
ah.
whiskey that I'm holding tight, just like I'd hold your ass upon my dick.
Don't put
Like
that
it's only
fucking in
mine.
there. But that was fucking disgusting. You fucking animal.
Clarky loves it.
So anyhow, Oz, what are you doing off the leash in fucking middle of the week?
Oh, fuck me, Ed. It's cold as fuck. I lit the fire, didn't I? Thank fuck I chopped wood all week, getting preparations ready for the winter because it's going to be a cold one.
Well, you got about 40 ton of wood cut.
No, I've got to buy some in, actually. I can't chop the trees around me.
Oh, wait till the next storm, then you'll be able to chop fucking heaps.
That's what I mean. I got those, but that's 2 years later. They're still wet.
You didn't split them when they were green.
No, they come down green. They came down green.
Yeah, but if you split it when it's green, it's easier to split.
No, we chopped them up into bits. They're still there.
So what do you do when you live up in the,
There was a lot,
you up in
Johnny,
the fucking
Johnny.
mountain?
There was
Seriously,
a lot.
I'm talking, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm just
So you're
letting Johnny.
up in the mountain.
just-
You're up in the mountain by yourself.
I'm going to let Johnny know because we haven't finished yet. Johnny, there was a lot of trees down. You've seen the damage.
Ah, well, there you go.
There was
Stephen,
an unbelievable amount.
Stephen, you heard that song Copperhead Road?
Choppers in the air.
You know, you go down you go down this road into a little hollow where no one goes and no one comes out from. That's fucking Oz's place.
I'm just trying to find out where his nest is. Seriously, what are you at in the middle of nowhere, are you?
Basically, yeah.
So, what do you do for sex?
Clarky, there's gold in the creek.
So you
And then-
go fucking the water. No, seriously, I asked you a question, right?
Yeah,
What do you do
seriously,
for sex? What are you doing for sex?
I fuck a Tasmanian lady. She gives me double head. Oh, boom!
I knew that was coming.
Sorry, Clark. Couldn't help myself.
Ah, well.
I'm good where I am. I have no problem for water, power, or anything else. And sewage
Wasn't a
is
question.
sewage is septic, so
Well, you must be built yourself fucking electronic.
hey. Repeat. Repeat that, Clarky. I missed it.
You must be really going for it.
Going for what?
Masturbating.
No, that's your job. But every bloke does it. Even after you have a root, as a bloke, you can get in the shower and fucking pull yourself. There's no fucking drama.
Well, you got to wash it.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're washing it.
Some people wash it harder and faster than others.
As they do. People are different. That's why we love people. They're all different.
Oh, some of them are very fucking different, I can tell you.
Look at Clarky. Fuck me.
Oh, dear.
When are you going to Cambodia,
Oh.
Clarky?
Oh no, I just happy you're in northern Thailand. I'm doing a good job.
I think you're due for a visa run, aren't you? Go to Cambodia.
Maybe I'm not sure. No.
Go
Yeah,
say
go
good day
to-
to South and his duck.
That's what I was going to go. Go to put on pen and go and see South and have a couple of jars. And
Oh, I'd love to do that, man. He's a great guy. He's a really good guy. Really good guy.
He's awesome.
Oh, he's there now. He's on the chat, isn't he? Yeah, okay.
yeah, he's on the
I'd
chat.
love to meet him. Yeah.
He's in his hammock.
He probably can't see them if he watched the news over here about his
He's a,
wonderful footy club. They're fucked.
he's a cunt. He lies in his hammock laughing at us.
Yeah. There's a lot of people I want to meet, Johnny, but Seth's one of them. Oz is the other one, but Oz is a great guy. I always
Yeah, but
defend him, and
I'll see you in
just
Tassie.
shut your fucking mouth, you fucking idiot!
You're going to
Shut
put me
your
up,
fucking
cunt.
mouth!
I'm not
Shut
paying
your
for it.
fucking mouth!
I'm
I
not
will
paying for
defend Oz all the time,
I
and
am not.
when
I
people
am
run
not.
in,
I
fucking
am
mouth,
not.
you fucking idiot! Shut
I
your
am not.
fucking mouth! Shut
I
the
am
fuck
not.
up!
I am not.
Sit,
I
sit,
am not
sit,
paying for a hotel
sit,
in Tasmania. You can get fucked. If
sit,
I pay for a
sit,
hotel in Tasmania, you're going to get it. You
sit,
can fuck off.
sit,
I am not paying for a hotel in Tasmania. You cunt.
sit. But
No,
one
stay
guy I'll stick up for him is man, but I'll stick up for him all the time, mate. I don't give a fuck what they say about him. I'll stick up for him all the time.
I'm not paying for a
yeah.
hotel in Tasmania.
You
ever.
don't have to. Just stay at Clarkie's place. The keys under the fucking mat. Welcome mat.
I know.
No.
I know where the key is. Fucking idiot.
One bloke I'll stick up for is man about Oz, mate. I've done it all the time. When
Clarkie
they've had
will come-
problems with
Clarkie
man about
will
Oz,
come-
I
Clark-
fucking stick up for him. Shut your fucking mouth, you idiot.
All right.
You know, I always stick up for him. I will stick up for him all the time, mate. He's a great guy. As far as I'm concerned, go fuck yourself, man about Oz.
I'm going to steal all your microphones and shit so you can't fuck up any stream further.
Don't be nasty. Don't be nasty.
Seriously, you have all this professional equipment and you
Don't be
can't fucking
nasty.
use any of it. Why can't you
fuck.
use any of it? Have you ever looked at the instructions, Clarkie?
No one reads
That's a good
instructions.
Oh shit! That's a good idea.
Remember, Johnny, in the early days, he used to blow our eardrums out with the fucking sonic sound and shit. We're like, Clarkie, what are you doing? Oh, I'm adjusting. I just brought this fucking system. And like, fuck off with that shit, you cunt.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
You know,
one bloke.
the one-
One bloke. I guess I'll tell you straight to your fucking face, Billy Bellows. You're one bloke I will stick up for.
Well, I told Niall off for the same
So,
shit.
Johnny,
Niall actually done it for a living until I said to him, dude, you have the worst audio, the worst shit. How do you fucking get your contracts and actually keep your contracts? He banned me.
what the fuck has that got to the world? You said. What the fuck has that got to the world? You said. You fucking idiot.
I pride myself on the
You fucking-
simplicity, on the simplicity
just-
of what I set up and,
Johnny,
and,
I'm just
and its
telling him how much I
versatility.
love him. I'm just telling him how much we love. It's telling the guy how much I love him.
Send him a
He's going to
telegram.
this motherfucking shit. You
Valentine's
fucking
Day is not too far
idiot.
away. Send him a telegram.
Ugh. He's a fucking idiot.
What do you
Johnny.
mean?
It was
South
yesterday,
Korea
I-
allowed to drink?
I got another 50-gram bag of tobacco today.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
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 It's good quality. It's like the dregs of
Ooh.
Peter Jackson or something, right? I can see it's from a factory. 40 bucks,
Yeah.
50 grams.
So you pay, well, that's $11 a gram, isn't it?
Well, it's
No,
better
it's
than $63 for 25 grams. And it's the same shit. I kid you not. This is not Chop Chop. This is
I
underground.
understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Chop Chop.
Sweet.
That's past now. No one buys Chop Chop anymore.
Oh,
We buy the
under
real
the
stuff now.
desperates. Under-
Exactly. We buy the real stuff. We buy the real stuff now. These guys are organized, Johnny. I'm not kidding.
oh, fuck yeah.
The packaging is brilliant, right? The inside, the smell, the texture, it's all fucking quality, mate. How are they doing this, Johnny? How are they doing it?
Oh, because our government said they have got total control over everything, and there'll be no such thing as counterfeit. There'll be no such thing as anything.
Fuck,
When they bought the tobacco licenses and took control of it, that's when they said, "Trust me, people, We've got total control of this. There'll be no corruption in it, no nothing. Ah!
I've been paying $63 for government pouches, right? This
Yeah.
one is 40. It lasts me twice as long, and actually, the tobacco quality is better. And this is underground.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Look what they've created, Johnny. Look what they created.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. And a lot of the high-ranking officials have got good, tidy little retirement funds. But the whole thing about it is, I actually get tailor-made cigarettes, and these kind of fall off a truck or whatever. They're not stolen, but anyhow, they whatever. Name brand.
It's the same as what I've got here. It's just a tobacco pouch, but I can see
Yeah.
that it's professionally fucking put together.
Yeah, but name brand, perfect cigarette. When I say a name brand,
I'll say Peter Jackson.
no, it's not.
Winfield.
No.
Marlboro.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but and
The most copied brand in the world.
well, it is. It is copied, but some of it tastes like it's horse shit. Some of it tastes really fucking good.
Well, that's how it should taste, shouldn't it? Like horse shit.
Well, according to the Cowboys, yeah.
Yeah, but I've had it. It tastes like horse shit to me.
Yeah, well, that's like camel. It tastes like camel shit.
Exactly.
That's what they put.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's
That's what
One's camel shit and one's fucking horse shit.
it's back in the military.
Yeah, Clarky, put your girlfriend on, please.
Why?
She might sound better than you.
I'm not fucking doing that shit. You sick fuck.
Why?
Because you want
She
to fucking play with your cock while my fucking girlfriend's on fucking.
She may speak.
Ah, that's fucking sick. That's really sick.
She may speak. Clarky, what's wrong with you?
Well, give us an update on what's really happening.
Clarky's fucked. That's the update.
I'm not fucked. I'm not fucked. You fucking idiot. Fuck your evil. Well, what I'll put me fucking missus on fucking, if I have one, I'd apparently to the room goes, I put it on the fucking screen for you. You
got
fucking sick.
You got 5.
So you can fucking look at her, take fucking films and fucking pictures, and you can fucking masturbate over her. You fucking sick fuck.
Yeah, but then you got 4 more.
It's not very sick, actually. It's on what I do.
You've got 5, you selfish prick.
What's South having a problem with? No, you're not South.
No, we just ignored chat because you're in there, you cunt.
Oh, you put a fucking link there, Johnny? So people can join it. That'd be fucking sick, Oz.
I have pinned the StreamYards at the top of the,
Click the
anybody
link.
wants to come on, they're more than welcome.
No,
South
seriously,
is so cheap. It'll cost him 50 cents to click that link, so South ain't gonna spend 50 cents to fucking check.
What's his comment? Am I invisible? I kind of just had a quick look and I thought, South wants to be invisible. Well,
Just
that's
ban
pretty,
the just ban it.
but the whole thing about it is where he is in the world, he'll never be invisible because, hey, there's a white man.
As an Aussie, I would have just banned the cunt and said, "Yeah, fuck off. You're invisible."
Yeah, fair enough.
But that's me.
How can you be left out, South? You can join the conversation. Hit the fucking link.
You fucking can't. Fuck. 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 I bet he misses our crows. Fuck.
3 old codgers having a what?
Fuck.
It's supposed to be nag,
fuck.
not mag.
Oh, he's actually 10 years younger than us. Look how he has the ages. Look how he has a go at us. He's 10 years younger than us, right? He's having look at his way of having a go at us. Jesus Christ. Seriously, these Cambodians, you can't trust them, mate.
Well, South better watch out next time the Khmer Rouge has a bit of a run through the jungle.
Another clean out. They're about due, aren't they?
No, Clarkie's falling off the perch.
We're not going to joke about something serious like that. That was a very serious situation.
That was fucking disgusting.
And Johnny knows and I know how serious it was. And for those of you out there, if you want to look it up, you can look up the Khmer Rouge, what they did, and how they wanted the whole governmental system to go back to ground or year zero, actually, which is almost an impossible task in the modern world. But they almost achieved it, didn't they, Johnny?
Yes, and the killing fields are a monument to it.
As sinister as they look, they are a monument, and it has to be a monument that's in your face, and that's why they chose the skulls of the lost people to show that this is what can happen to you, and it's happened to us, and we are still suffering for it, as they will for generations, won't they, Johnny?
Yeah, but the whole thing about it really was, America, world peace cowboys and all the world police and all the rest of it. They went in to fix up everything in Korea. Yeah, well, that fucked up. Then they went to Vietnam. Well, that fucked up. And right at the time Vietnam was going, Cambodia. Oh no, we can't do Cambodia because we don't think there's anything worth, whatever. And right here today they talk about here and here and here, and there should be peace. What about Myanmar that's been going on for so many friggin' years? It's not funny.
Yeah, but Myanmar is their own problem. They really are.
Yeah, well, the people of Myanmar are rising up. They are starting to now.
Yeah, but this is why the Thai and the Thai government and the Thai military have never trusted Myanmar, ever.
Well, ever since they went into a UTR.
But not from now.
And stole
but for hundreds of years, not local
thousands.
Exactly, thousands. That's why they've never trusted them, because they turn on you. I love the people of Myanmar, don't get me wrong, but their government does have a tendency to turn on their allies.
Yeah, but they're like I say, their government, as far as
will never be forgiven for what they did.
Not now, they won't, Lucky.
No, never. But
and you go to the big temple in Myanmar, right? The big temple. They've got Thai jewelry, which is very sacred to Thailand, on display. But fuck you. And this is the problem with no, hang on, Don, let me finish. At the top of the temple is Thai jewelry from the royal family. And they send right at the top, right at the top. No, hang on.
No, that's gone now. That's gone.
Yeah. No, it's still there.
No, it's
and
not
they have
there.
jewelry from the royal family from what they massacred up the top and saying, oh, fuck you. It's a fuck you thing. And that's why the Thais hate fucking Myanmar.
Well, boom.
Right, that's why they treat them so fucking bad.
Yeah,
because they come into all those years ago. They come and they massacred fucking Thai people. They fucking killed them. They fucking raped their families. They fucking did all that shit. from Myanmar.
Well, that was always taught in warfare: burn, pillage, rape.
Why? In Thailand,
all-
they
all
don't
those
treat Myanmar.
upper
Hang
northern
on,
villages
hang
are
on,
doing
bot. I'm not finished. That's why they treat them so bad.
Yeah,
in
but all those
Thailand now.
northern villages
It's
were
because of
doing that
those
to each other.
fucking shit they did all those fucking centuries ago.
They've been doing it ever
There you go.
since. They've been doing it to each other, Clarky. Both Thai and Burma.
Well,
Thais
the
hate
whole
Burmese.
the whole part about it that you're talking 17, yeah, you're talking 1700s when that happened, and this is 2000 and
Probably,
you know. But the other thing is that the wars, you know, whatever the land and all the rest of it, that backwards and forwards have been going on since the mid 1500s.
Okay, I'll give you a go, John. Right, you take your missus down to the memorial of fucking what happened there, and she'll cry. She will fucking cry. The hatred towards Burma. Burma was the name of it. She'll cry. What the Burmese did to the Thai people.
The Burmese, yeah.
Story.
Yeah,
I
but
was Googling.
you know the whole thing. It was just a dispute. It was just simple as that. It was just a dispute over land and
It wasn't a dispute.
whatever.
John. They slaughtered the Thai people. They slaughtered them. They killed everybody. And
Well, that-
the
you know, that
Thais
was it.
never ever got over it. Until
Well,
today. Till
that's
today. Right?
You know.
If you take your missus there and she looks at that in Utah, right? She'll cry. She'll cry for the Thai people what they fucking did to them. And this is
Well-
the thing. This is the thing with Burma and the Thai.
Can we get to the itty-gritty of the situation? Has Beezy recovered from handcuffs on her wrists? Are the scars
Well-
gone, Beezy? We need to know, Beezy. Are the scars gone?
But I don't think Beezy was ever held prisoner. That was a
No, that's John.
total
Man, but I was
farce put out by a camp of
He has,
idiots.
he has,
Go ahead,
he-
Stephen.
I was part of the
Yes.
Rescue Beezy mission.
Yes, he was. Yes. Look at that.
I think we were successful.
I love you. I love you, Oz. You did that. You
Lucky.
did rescue her.
Clarky, we had to
That's
rescue her.
brilliant. That's brilliant.
She was held
yeah,
in the
yeah.
clutches of an Irishman
Yep.
on the hull of an Irish ship. Can you imagine? She was in the hull of an Irish ship. We can't have that.
I love the guy, but he was fucking possessive. He was fucking stalking her.
We couldn't attack him because we'd hurt Beezy. We had to extract Beezy silently and secretly.
Well, the whole thing about it is the only one that lost any sleep over it was the British.
Should I say Simon Cowell?
Yeah, the British embargo, which got headed off at the pass.
Look,
They can't handle that,
don't fuck around. Don't fuck around, Oz, right? She's going to need a
What do you mean? Clarky.
She's going to be have to be looked after and shit like that. And after what happened to her,
Yeah.
Oh, cancelling, yes, cancelling.
that's cancelling. Yes.
Yeah. We have support systems in place.
It's good. Beezy, we love you.
Ava is about to call her any day now.
Oh, not. Don't tell me you sent a Nurse Ratchet. Oh,
We are.
God. Nurse Ratchet's going. Oh,
It's all we got.
I thought we could afford something better than Nurse Ratchet.
We're not as organised as Capio crew. We got to do things
Oh.
on the cheap.
Oh, that's right. We're not e-begging. That's right. We can't.
We
We
send
can't.
in Nurse Ratchet, our best
Yeah.
fucking troll.
Yeah, well, that's right. Nurse Ratchet will have to do.
Fuck, we did.
Oh,
I
dear.
seen him on this random stream, and I thought, Jesus Christ, he's attacking people, and then telling them he's going to take their channel down. And then I looked at the channel. Everyone in that channel is dedicated to that channel. They actually named themselves after the channel. They're that dedicated. And there's I hate to say his name. Sorry, Johnny. Can I?
Yeah, look, you can talk about the little maggot if you want.
Yeah, well, there's Capio fucking threatening cunts that he's going to shut the channel down, and they're all attacking him, and he's just sitting there like, "Don't you talk over me? Don't you talk over me? Don't you talk over me?" You know, I'm thinking, what the who the fuck are you, cunt? You've got all these Americans, all these Canadians on one channel that are dedicated to each other. You've joined them, but now you're telling them that you're going to shut their channel down. What a maggot! What a maggot act!
Well, actually, it's Napoleon syndrome.
Oh, it's worse. We've got to come up with a better name.
Well, all right. It's an LSD spin off.
What does LSD stand for?
Nowadays, they would call it crystal meth.
I know the one. Yeah.
You know, obviously, his parents used quite a lot of it, and his steroids abuse.
Because he's dreaming.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, but there was also a song written about it, Daydream Believer.
Daydream Believer.
And yeah, who was that? Davey. That was David bloody.
Even the English would probably call him a nonce. They call everyone a nonce. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, well,
everyone's a nonce.
Well, let's face it. Half of them went to school and only learnt 2 words:
nonce and
nonce and no.
No.
No, I ain't gonna eat that.
That shits me the most. I just look at it and I think, you fucking maggot.
Davy Jones, thanks, Beefy. Yeah, Partridge Family, wasn't it? Yeah. I you know, like monkeys. Oh, okay. Stand corrected.
Yeah, the monkeys.
Well, Davy, what?
Daydream Believer.
That was Keith. Keith, wasn't it, Keith?
No, I think it was the monkeys. I think she's right.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking the Partridge Family because that's in my brain too.
The Partridge Family was different. They were like just a TV show rock star.
Yeah, but the bloke David Cassidy, that's him. Yeah, he was a real singer.
Yeah, but he was still just a TV star, not a star.
He was.
Star.
Oh, look, he
wasn't on the charts, even though he hit the charts, but he wasn't a chart member, so to speak. Like he was part of a sitcom, wasn't he?
Yeah, in the days when television was entertaining and wonderful.
Yeah, it was television.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what it is because I don't turn it on. I'm actually going to throw it out.
I actually wake up every morning and, you know, like people have a cup of coffee to get them going and get their heart started and all the rest of it. I turn onto the news and yell at the fucking TV.
Aren't you unique?
I walk out the door, mate. My heart's pumping. You know, I'm fucking ready to go.
Last time I watched the news, some bloke with an Adam's apple named fucking Bruce was trying to tell us what to do. Oh, get fucking. What the fucking hell has the world come to? Get rid of this TV.
Oh, look, there is some good stuff on TV, but not much. You have to be very selective.
On YouTube, I just punch in what I want to watch. Documentaries that are up comes a million fucking choices.
One thing about YouTube, it disappoints me in some ways. but it is still a good platform. But going forward, I don't think the way they are treating people and carrying on, unless you're a 18 to 20-year-old, you just get to the stage where you say, stick it up your ass type of thing.
Well, I'm in crypto. I've invested in other platforms, and one of those
Yeah.
platforms is Theta. Theta, what it does is uses your GPU allowance, like what you have left over that you're not using, and it shares it with others without infiltrating your computer. And
Yeah.
where others, say in poorer nations or with less capability to access the internet in such a way where streaming is impossible for them, can stream, and you get paid for that. And a lot of the crypto projects that I'm into now is regarding that, helping the poor people actually have streaming access, which is almost impossible currently on their current systems.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Hello, YouTube. It doesn't cost you nothing to just whatever, as long as you got internet. But I have noticed that, the leader of the unfree world, in although he thinks he is, has been spending a lot of time, trying to promote and maybe whatever, see if you can get a little bit of sunshine out of a whatever. A Filipino mother from Angeles City that just happens to have a couple of kids or whatever, So, yeah, I think that's wonderful.
I think I watched this guy in the Philippines recently, and I don't know about you, Johnny, but I was a little bit offended. I'm not easily offended. I don't know if I should say his name here.
Yeah, well, you can if you like. I don't care.
Well, he's got this YouTube channel. He's got a motorcycle now, or a scooter.
Yeah.
And he just homes in on these young girls. And I just think, how do you get away with this, you fucking prick?
The thing is, a lot
It's on
of them
YouTube.
do it.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, there's been don't get me wrong, mate. Over the years, there's been a lot of the same kind of ones.
Yeah, but I thought recently YouTube just shut that fucker off. But he's there. He's just, and he says it. It's like, and he films them. Like, I don't know. It's about. I had to stop watching him. I can't watch him anymore because of what he does. He goes into the ghettos, Johnny. I'm sure you've seen it. He goes into the ghettos. Now he's got a motorbike. He didn't have a motorbike before. Now he has one. He goes into the ghettos. He meets a girl online, goes right into the heart of the ghetto, gets to know the family, and then fucks off. It's like, but the way he does it, it's just sinister. To me, it's just sinister. He's like, he's showing others, they're so poor, you can do this. They're so poor, you can do that. When you and I know, if they're that poor, why don't you go in and build something for them, you cunt?
Take him something, But the whole part about it, he's going in there. Oh, yeah.
He's giving them nothing. He's giving them nothing. And my thing is, if you're going to go in there, build something, give them fucking something, you cunt.
Oh, if you go into Tondo and, some of those joints, they're
just...
Yeah.
Can you
you don't start,
Johnny,
you don't start because you wouldn't stop.
Johnny, I'm going to interrupt you. Can you explain to the chat, please, how poor that area is and what they do for food? And the not the double dead pig, but the reconstituted Kentucky Fried that they eat. Please explain to the chat.
Well, the whole thing is the lower than peasants. And it is there's a bit of beach area, but it's through their own, through the whole system. It's full of garbage and whatever, but they do catch a few bits and pieces. As far as food, they'll get bits and pieces from scraps off other people's plates. Other restaurants that anything like that, and they'll cook that up and make a soup and God knows what. That's the more industrious ones. The other ones,
Yeah, but
work.
can you let like BZ know, the Americans know that that's reconstituted fast food that they recycle. Yeah, they won't know what we're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, they in other words, they take other people's scraps and make it into a stew or a soup or whatever,
and they resell that.
Yeah,
but to the poor, like they're poor, but they can afford a couple of pesos, but they can't afford 50 pesos.
They're poorer than poor, but
poorer.
And their money
and sorry, just to elaborate, they might have picked up plastic bottles all day long for that ability to buy that secondary food, which is reconstituted KFC or Jollibees.
Yeah, and that's at the local rubbish tip. They'll go in and like cans and plastic and bottle, glass bottles, whatever. Take that to the recycle, and even kids from the day they can walk are down that tip doing the same thing.
Yep, collecting.
It's generational.
Yep, collecting.
And they like I say, they get this. This food, which sustains them. So they go out the next day, because if they don't do something, they don't eat.
Yep.
But those areas,
and when you say but you got to, it's the chat we're talking about. When you say they don't eat, that's 11 people not eating, 12, 13 people not eating.
Yeah. And families, usually families are, 6 would be a normal size, or 6 to 10 in a family.
6 is small.
Yeah, but the thing is, they get by. Beatty, but the thing is, because of the cash, because of the government. Do not get me wrong. The Philippines as a country is not. The country is not poor. The people are. You talk about corrupt governments and all the rest of it. Look at the Philippines.
It's a very, very rich country. Very rich.
And only getting richer.
But the politicians take it all. All of it.
The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. But, as far as, let's just call these people predators, they go into those areas on a little bit of kindness, and they will pick up some very lovely young girls. I don't agree with it.
Well, I'm glad there's channels now that expose them. Say, look what this.
And that's a good thing, because Father Ray, there is.
I know the one in Philippines. There's several.
Yeah, there is actually a Catholic organisation. It's right throughout Southeast Asia, isn't it? That looks out for sex trafficking, all that kind of stuff, and people like that, where they've got, if they find evidence or whatever, they've got the get here quick whatever buttons with embassies and the police. So it's only a matter of time before the person gets pulled up.
Good night, South.
See you, South.
He's had a big day. He's going to put the mosquito net around him and tell us to fuck off.
Oh,
I think
The-
he's
the-
in country. I don't think he's back in his condo. I think he sold that. I don't know. I'm out of touch.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, if he's back at the village, he'd be the mosquito
Yeah.
net.
If he's back in country, the mosquito net is fucking surefire.
Oh, that
You
never
know?
that never gets wound up. But you know, if the fan goes on or off, that's the different one. But
Well, that's up to his own comfort. I think he's got enough battery power to fucking keep the fans on.
if not, he'll have to pedal for the other part of the night.
There you go. Start pedaling now, South.
Charge them batteries.
He's gonna hate us, but hey, we love it.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I don't care about viewers, but I don't know what you had last week to this week. What's going on?
Well, the biggest problem is YouTube hadn't been sending out notifications.
Well, I didn't get any.
Yeah, and we'd been dropping off, and I just thought stuff it for a while. If YouTube aren't doing anything, and I was talking to their robots, you may as well say, and bits and pieces, and I thought to myself, well, don't send me something to say this is what you should be doing to do this one. I just go stuff yourselves. Where's your half of the bargain? And I noticed some notifications went out for this one, but I did a little promo myself, so that's the way I'm just going to do it from now on. Just do a little promo, but yeah, I'm back doing Wednesday nights, so you can pretty well put it on your calendar, folks.
Well, I just noticed there's 10. And I'm thinking, well, who else was live? I don't know because I don't fucking join the.
There's bugger all around, mate. Because everybody's got to the stage I was, say, a month ago, where they kind of said, "Stuff YouTube, stuff this shit," the whole deal of it,
Like I did.
Thanks, Beezy. But I don't care. As you know, I've never cared if there was, 5 people or 500.
Johnny Rotten had fucking 5 people. It didn't matter.
That's right. And I'm still exactly the same. But
yeah, but they're the ones that turn around and say, "Oh, you only got 5, you loser," and yet you on your channel turn around and say, "Yeah, I only get 5. I don't give a fuck." But they'll use it against you. That's what shits me.
Yeah, but the thing is,
that's the English way of doing shit. Let's use that. Even after you've admitted, like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, and they're like, "Oh, he only gets 5," and they shit can you for it, like Capio does. You fucking maggot little cunt, you.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit what
the fucking little maggot.
Dickless little drug fuck channels.
Then I seen him attacking other channels and promising to take them down. I thought, you fucking maggot. So even after nobody's watching or you don't think anybody's watching, I just fucking happen to tune in. He's threatening channels with shutdown. What a fucking cunt. Where people are having fun. They're a community. They're a community. They're having fun. And this fucking maggot Capio comes along and says, "Oh, you talked over me. I'm going to shut you down." What a fucking maggot. This is the maggot that we have to stop, my people. This is the maggot that we have to stop.
Well, the easiest way to stop him is we just contact a couple of our fucking friends and get them to go and tap him on the shoulder.
We don't want to do that, Johnny.
We know where he lives. We know where you live, Davey.
Johnny, this 2024.
Knocking on heaven's door.
We're going to have to leave it to the people because. We can do wondrous things, but according to 2024, it's not going to be wondrous. So we're going to have to get him slowly but surely. And he's putting the noose around his own neck because what I've seen, he's shit canning channels he doesn't know anything about, but he's threatening them that he's going to shut them down. I just looked at it and I thought, are you fucking joking, cunt? These people are
Well,
launching each other, and you're going to shut it down. Good luck.
I don't watch the little maggot.
Well, I've seen a few things because of our friend DWP, but you know,
Yeah, because that's all he is. He's just.
he's a man.
I know he's just a piece of shit, and he'll do anything. So that what we're doing now is actually advertising him, and that's what he wants.
Yeah, but I love the way he turns around and what he's doing to us. He turns around to him and says, "What we're doing that to him. We're not that organized.
No one's ever done a thing to him.
We're not that organized. We don't give a fuck. Fucking idiot. Blames us.
We don't have. We don't buy subs. We don't buy.
No.
We don't buy views. We don't buy comments. We don't buy nothing.
And we've all seen this shit. It's 200 plus, and then there's no one left. It's like, hang on, there's 3 people chatting, cunt. 3.
That's the real amount that was on the channel
Blue
until his
Topaz.
money run out.
Blue Topaz. 8 subscribers. All 8 are chatting. All 8 are chatting.
Blue Topaz. Let me tell you about Blue Topaz.
Johnny Cyan.
Dude, listen to me. Shut
Johnny
your fucking
Cyan.
mouth, guys. I want to fucking talk.
Oi, I'm talking.
Blue Topaz. He won't talk to because she fucking ripped the fucking shit out of him.
I'm going to have a quick smoke.
Johnny
You two behave yourself.
Cyan. He will not
I'll
talk
let
to.
this cunt
He
go on.
ripped the fucking shit out of him, right?
Clarky.
He ripped the fucking shit out of him.
Clarky.
He
Shut
won't
up.
talk to me because I ripped the fucking shit out of him. But that's the
Clarky.
way it fucking goes with that fucking idiot.
You just shat your pants. Shut up. Go check your pants.
Okay. No, they're okay.
Right. Now that cunt has attacked that many people. He doesn't even know who he's attacked. He doesn't even know who's going to come for him. What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
I watched a random fucking show and there he is attacking them. Threatening to shut their channel, threatening all sorts of shit. And saying the classic old thing. Don't talk over me. You're all talking over me. If you talk over me, I'm going to fucking dox you. What a fucking idiot. Who does that? Clarky? Please explain to me, Clarky. Who does that?
Nobody does. Let you looting.
So why is he doing this, Clarky? Is he one of your people?
No, he's just one of those people.
Is he sinister?
He's just a person.
So why is he part of your crew, Clarky?
He's not part of my crew. He's a part of your
Are you
crew.
sure? Are you sure? Have you checked?
100%.
Have you checked your membership?
Is he one of your crew?
He might have
Do
infiltrated.
you
your
support
crew.
him? Do you support him? Do you
No
support
one
him?
infiltrates my crew. My crew is
Do you support him?
my crew is simple. There's 4 people.
No, hang on, I'll ask you a question. Do you support him?
Support him,
Yes.
Clarky. Why are you swearing at me?
I'm not swearing at you at all. I'm just asking you, do you
just
support
did.
Capio? Do you support Capio?
Have I ever?
I don't
Clarky,
know. I'm asking you.
You're
I'm
talking to
asking
the
you.
one warmonger, yeah, that
You're
took on all these people.
you're not a
How
warmonger, but
dare
I'm asking
you?
you, do you
How dare
support?
you?
Do
How
you
dare
support
you?
Capio?
I'm the
Oh,
one
no
warmonger.
daring you. Do you support Capio?
Finish what you're saying. Let me finish. Are you ready for me
I
to finish?
asked you a question.
Right. So
Answer
let me
it.
finish. So let me finish.
Yes, I talked over the top here, but go on.
I'm the one warmonger that took on Simon Leach and Capio systematically together and Mike Sheff. But you joined Mike Sheff as a fucking simp, you fucktard. So don't tell me what I can fucking do or not do, ever. I rule
I did
your
not
world.
say that. I did not say
I
that.
rule your world.
You do not rule my world, and
I do.
Mike Chef's a
I
nice
fucking
guy.
do. I fucking do, cunt.
But you've got to realise one thing in life, my friend.
You've got to realise, my
What you
friend,
support and what I
rule
support is a
your
different
world.
thing.
You can get fucked.
I do not rule. You do not rule my world. I rule your
I
world.
do.
You
I
do as I tell you.
Well, okay. Tell me something.
Not in here.
Tell me something, man.
What would you like me to tell you?
You see how I rule your fucking simplistic world?
No, I don't say anything.
You fucking stupid.
What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you?
You can't tell me anything that I don't already know.
Well, what you just asked me a question before. What do you want me to tell you?
I am Capio's stepbrother. I know everything
Okay.
about you and about Tasmania.
okay.
I know. I'm
Yes.
Capio's stepbrother. Didn't you know that?
You think so?
Didn't you know that?
You really like Capio, do you?
I'm getting a Labrador tomorrow.
No, seriously, you support
I'm
Capio?
getting a Labrador tomorrow.
I don't care. I'm asking you a question. You answer it. Do you support Capio?
You can't. You're talking to Oz.
I can't do anything. I'm asking you a question. You answer.
You're talking to Oz. So that's not a serious
Do
question.
you support Capio? I'm asking you a
Yes.
question.
You're talking to Oz. That's not a serious question.
Do you support Capio? Answer
not-
it yes or no.
You're talking to Oz. It's not a serious
I
question.
know who I'm talking to. I'm asking you a
You can
question.
repeat it.
Why
Repeat it
do
1,000
you
times.
why
Repeat
do
it
you
1,000
why do you not answer?
It doesn't need answer.
So you support Capio and his evil shit he does, right?
Oh,
okay.
so you say. I just said because I don't
I
fucking agree with you.
Ask your question. You
You
do
turn
not
around.
want. Do you
No,
not
no,
want
no.
to answer?
This is why I don't answer those questions because you turn it around.
Why do you want? Why do you not? Why do you not want to
You
answer that?
simpletons turn this around. I got nothing to do with
Yeah,
anything.
I'm not a simpleton. You know that. And you're not a simpleton.
No,
Okay,
no,
you
you're a
know
big
that, right?
simpleton.
So
You're a
let's
big
let's
simpleton,
leave the simpleton thing around. Do you support
You're a
Capio's
fucking
attack on
idiot.
people?
You're not a simpleton. You're a fucking
I'm
idiot.
not an idiot. You're not
You're
an
in a
idiot,
different
right?
fucking class of league.
No.
Okay, you're a fuckwit.
I'm asking you a
You're
question.
talking Oz.
Do you support
Let's go.
Capio?
And that's a very, very stupid question. So I'm going to answer it.
No,
as
it's not a
stupidly as
stupid
I
question. I'm asking a general question.
can. Well,
Do you support Capio?
all right. I'm going to ask you a question. Who's been at
No.
war longer?
No. I'm asking you a question. Do you support Capio?
So I'm going to ask you.
Yes,
who's
you
been
said
at
yes.
war-
You said yes. You support
I'm-
Capio,
no,
yeah?
I'm going to ask you a
Okay,
question.
fair enough. Okay.
If you're not going to let me
Mm.
talk, you can fuck off right now.
I'm not letting you talk. I'm asking you
You're
a
killing
question
the
you don't want to
stream.
answer.
You're killing the stream.
I'm not killing any scream.
Yes, you are.
I'm
We
asking you a
can't talk.
question. I'm asking
We
you a
can't-
question.
we-
Do you support Capio?
I'm not going to do this, Johnny. Johnny, I'm not going to do this.
What? But I'm calling you, ever?
No, with you. I'm not going
You're
to do
calling
this.
me.
Johnny.
All right,
Johnny,
I'll
I'm
stop
not gonna
calling
do-
you.
No,
Okay.
it's just stupid. Fuck off.
It's
You're an
okay.
idiot.
I'm not going to call you. Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
I've fucking told you. Everybody
sorry,
knows how
sorry.
I feel, and you're questioning it.
Okay.
So fuck you, you dickhead. Yeah?
All right.
Fuck
Okay.
you.
All right.
And then
okay.
you're yelling over me where I can't speak. And when
I'm not
you
yelling
do that,
at you at all.
when you do that, I cancel you as
Yes.
a friend. Do you understand?
No, I don't. You're not canceling me a friend. We're
Well, you're
good
going to
friends, and you
understand
shut your
very
fuck-
soon because
Shut your fucking cake, old cunt.
when I start cancelling all of you cunts, yeah, and then I start attacking as you cunts have attacked me, you're not going to know what fucking hit you because I've never attacked
Okay.
anybody yet. I've never attacked
That's right.
anybody yet.
No, you haven't. No.
Once I start, you're fucking going to be in it. You
That's
cunt.
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
I know.
fucked,
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
dickwad.
Yeah.
Righto, let's move along.
You won't let a person speak, Johnny. I'm sorry, but he just won't.
That's right.
And you allow it, Johnny. You allow it, Johnny. Johnny, what shits me is you allow it. And you can see, Johnny, that he won't allow an answer. You've seen it, Johnny.
Go for it.
For 15 minutes,
Speak
he
now.
would not allow an answer, Johnny, and you allowed him.
All right.
No.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
it's
Go
not
ahead,
all
Oz.
right. It's not all right. Fuck
Go
you
ahead.
too,
Go
Johnny.
ahead. Go on.
Fuck you too, Johnny, you cunt. Fuck you too.
Oh,
Okay.
answer now. Go on. Go.
So now go.
I'll
Go
shut up.
now.
I'll shut up.
I've just fucked you both up. So go now. You got Oz now. Now you got Oz. You happy, cunt? You happy? Now you got Oz. What are you going to do, Clarky? Fucking shit yourself.
Nothing, man.
Yeah, get fucked then.
I'm not shitting myself at all. Just waiting for you to talk.
I don't join Johnny's stream specifically because of you cunts. Yeah, because of you cunts. You take it over and you act like the old days, sinister fucking days, like you, Clarky, and your sinister ways. We're sick of you, cunt. You got to go, and you're going to go. You're going to go. Yeah, you're going to go. Laugh. You're going to go. Because you got to go. And cunts like you have to go. Because you won't change your fucking idiotic ways, Clarky. I told you fucking 7 years ago. I'm not going to get into it because it's going to get heavy. But I told you 7 years ago. And it's happening now. It's happening. Yeah.
You did.
You kid. Don't fuck with me, cunt.
I won't fuck with you. Don't fuck with me either.
You can't. I can fuck with you every day of the week.
No, you cannot.
Oh, yes, I can.
I'll
Righto.
tear you apart every fucking time.
It's not a pissing competition.
That's right.
Yeah.
But he tries to turn it into one.
Oh,
Right,
not at all.
Every chance he can, he does.
All
Michael,
right, this is going
you're a crack
nowhere. Anyhow, thanks everybody for dropping by. We'll catch us later.
I know what you did on fucking bananas too, Clive.